Welcome to Laurence plays Factorio, Space Exploration with Krastorio². The story so far, we found ourselves stranded on a strange planet inhabited by vicious insects. But undeterred, we plundered the planet of its resources. After lengthy construction, which was strangely harder than expected, we managed to build a rocket and leave the planet. An abandoned space station provided a nice starting point for our continued research. Specks in the sky became planets, with exotic materials to learn. Join us on Monday for the next chapter in our bid to grow the factory even further. The factory.
Hello everyone, welcome to Monday night stream, which is Laurence Plays Factorio, Space Exploration and Krastorio². I had to think about that one for a moment. And we're back to full strength now. I believe everyone is actually here, and hopefully nobody is ill. So we'll see how things go today. So what's going on at the moment? Oh no, Mike has just died. Marc, yes. Oh, alive. Okay. Well, there's a song about that from Spamalot, I believe. So, what's been happening recently? Well, last week I was off on Talos, trying to finish up there, and then turns out I forgot a few things, as is traditional. Mike is still out on Kothar making a big belt. Tristan's out on Njord and is probably quite close to getting some holmium at this point. And Marc was missing, but now is back on Norvis and is probably going to go out and replace all those turrets that got blown up in the last stream. So let's get started. See how things go. Hello, Barclair, Ratchet, Nogard, Johan, and I suppose Mike as well. The Norvian defenses, yeah, kind of. So let's have a look at this. So in the last stream, the biters came in over here and they wrecked some stuff, but for some reason they came along here and they left some little piles of turrets. They didn't just go along and destroy them all. I then dropped in this pylon here, which powered them all up again, and they got killed probably somewhere over here in the dark. I'm not sure exactly. Because I plugged it in and then they all just died before I had to go out and deal with them. So this now it's kind of defendy, but because there are still some turrets left, but it could do with a bit of repair work going on it. Especially as I think over here one of the pylons got taken out, so there's a load of these that are unpowered. So yeah, we sort of have. Oh, you're thinking of Marc. Yes, Marc is now back online again, and back up fully armed and operational. So right, let's have a look at my to-do list and look at Talos. So the oh, thank you for this subscription. Who's that? Oh, Levin. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. My OBS is apparently a bit too small for me to read subscription messages when they pop up. Actually, no, it's not that. It's that the subscription messages are too small because I hadn't made them bigger since I upgraded to 4K. Not 4K, 1440. So there we go. Now I'll be able to see the next one that pops up more easily. So what was I doing? Talos, yes, a beryllium supply over here. The beryllium supply is passable at the moment. Oh, thanks, Marc, as well. Much appreciated. Yes, I can read your name much more easily, and so can hopefully everyone on the stream. So the beryllium supply is probably all right. As you can see, there's a train trundling in every so often, unloading it, and it had only just run out by the time the next train came in. So I'm kind of okay with that. I think it's probably sufficient, especially if this is going to back up relatively soon. The problem over here is that we've got far too much copper available, which is an odd problem to have, but it's because we've stopped doing most of the making of the delivery cannons on site because we don't have enough oil to make the sulfur in order to make the everything else. So there are a couple of possibilities here. One is to pipe the sulfur around here. What goes into this? No, plastic. One is to pipe this plastic up here and to go to these assembly machines so that we start actually making the low density structures here as well, which will also put a bit more load on the steel, but I don't think that's a problem. It will also reduce the number of delivery cannons that come in, bringing in the low density structures, but it will increase the number that are bringing in the plastic. So I think if I look at this, yes, you can see it's 10 plastic to make one of those. So that's probably not the most efficient way of doing it. A better way would probably be to tweak the numbers in here and then send any excess copper down here and then put in another delivery cannon somewhere to ship that well, smelt the copper and then ship the copper off to Norvis as well. I'm sort of leaning towards that one because it means fewer delivery cannons being sent around in total, and there's a bajillion of these delivery cannon capsules here. I don't think there's any sort of serious problems with the throughput of these. So let's do that. We'll put in another delivery cannon here and another delivery cannon over here for reasons that I shall get back to in a moment. So one for copper and one's going to be for the other uranium. So along here, I need to put in a splitometron like this, and then have a belt coming over here and another Ujima what's it doohickey loader down there. Norvis's mightiest defender, yes. Make him sound like one of the Avengers, and I'm sure that was deliberate. Put one of those in there and then wire it up in a moment. So this one is going to be doing the excitable uranium. It's going to be sending it to Norvis. Norvis, that one. And it's going to be sending it to goodness knows where. Where if you were an excitable uranium, you'd probably want to go into the Kovarex area. I think that's probably the most likely place to be putting it. So let's go and have a look over there, see if there's a delivery cannon chest that can accept it. Why am I scrolling in this view rather than map view? There's one down here for which I assumed was for both of them. Yeah, the one you're right next to. I assume that's for both of them. Yeah, yes it is. Oh, something I don't get to do. Right, so that's going to fire them to there. Turn that on. Also possible. Huh. Casting aspersions. Such abuse that I have to put up with. Well, yeah, I don't know. Do I have to put up with it? No, I could boot them out of the game, but then I'd have to go off and do Iridium myself, so it's probably best not to. You have an Iridium allergy, do you? To be slightly fair, it does have a fairly complicated recipe. You'll all have seen the pictures in the in the videos. You know what Iridium looks like. Oh yeah, putting more than one resource into a single delivery cannon chest is great. I mean, over here we've got 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got 6 different resources going into this, and then copper cables are being made and put back into it. So yeah, you can put loads of stuff in a delivery cannon capsule as long as you remember to set your limits. You'll be absolutely fine. I've not put in a furnace in here. Interesting. It looks like an upgrade icon, but sure, I guess it counts. Right, so you're going to make copper, and you're going to do it the expensive way because I don't actually care. And oh yes, you need to be programmed to only output copper ore to the left like that. Yep, there we go. That needs to rotate. No. Need power for all these sort of shenaniganeries. Right, so that's going to be the copper. Copper can then be sent also to Norvis. Let's find it. Norvis, that one. Let's find a good place to put copper. Is it going to be now? This is where we play. What was whoever was setting this up thinking when they set it up, and probably nothing because copper has not been a problem before, so there isn't really anywhere to drop copper. Marc, could I have a delivery cannon chest that I can drop copper into, please? I suspect there isn't one. Everyone else is staying quiet, so I'm Suspecting that's probably the case. Oh, okay. Yeah, at this point, unfortunately... Yeah, I kind of do. Fix it in the edit, yes. Yeah, well, pyroflux is going to be a thing I'm going to be going off and shenaniganing next, basically. Is the copper actually not... Why is this causing issues? Oh, yes, I know why this is causing issues. Because we don't... No, just no. There we go. Now we can let that run. Eventually this will fill up to the point where copper will start to come out of it. So what would happen before is, because the system was basically limited by copper before, Marc put a limit on how much copper was allowed to flow into this thing, and it was just stopping this belt here. Now we're passing the copper out, as the excess copper out, and just passing it around, so that's probably fine. I say probably because the amount I've fiddled with this blueprint since I slapped it down is kind of obscene. And Marc is never going to forgive me. That's fair. I do seem to be having to fix it quite a lot, and I'm entirely aware that's due to my own shenaniganery. Right, so how are we getting on? So, deal with excess copper. Done that. Remove explosive machines. We'll remove these because they aren't actually doing anything anymore. They're just sort of sitting there and kind of in the way. So we'll get rid of all that. I need to unset that as well. And oh yeah, I should probably get rid of all this and this. And this, and I guess this. There we go. So now all of the oil that comes out of here will still get used. It'll still get turned into sulfur. Let's pick up that sulfur I've accidentally left on the ground, and it'll be put in. It'll go into here. So it's not going to be wasted. But it's just not going to be turned into explosives because there's no point in having that anymore. Okay, remove limiter on sulfur input belt. Done that. Prod mod everything. Okay, we'll get on with that in a moment. Fix filter belt by train unloading. Oh yes, I remember. So over here. This was me just dragging the belt straight across from the train into the warehouse, and then I didn't notice that Factorio had done the thing it does sometimes when you drag belts across belts that aren't quite going in a different direction. It gets a little bit confused and doesn't underground them at the right time. So sort that one out. Priorities wood output. No, I'm going to leave that one alone, I think. Ah yes, and this delivery cannon down here that's supposed to be getting rid of core chunks needs to be turned on. Oh yeah, needs to have a destination set as well, apparently. I thought I'd done that bit, but nope, hadn't done any of it. Right, so that's this. Thank you. I'll set that in a moment. So that's over here. Shoot at that one. Someone was telling me in the video comments recently that there's a button you can press to go back once you set the delivery cannon location to go back out of this mode to go back to where you were looking. But there isn't. You can press N to exit satellite mode, but that's no use because it takes you back to here. So I think they must have been wrong. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe it is from navsat mode. Let's find out. Nope, there is no button. They lied to me. Still, that'll get my copper. That should get the copper flowing. Let's go back to Talos and have a look how things. Oh no, it needs to be turned on. I always forget that. It's really annoying. Okay, so the idea of this, as you can probably tell, is that this system here will now get rid of excess core chunks when we've got too many of them. Basically, when this belt is completely full with delivery cannon capsules, we will then start launching the excess out by launching the excess core chunks out by delivery cannon to ensure that this system will always keep running. The next thing I want to do is prod mod all of these things. So these are all chemical plants. No, these are all chemical plants, at least. Let's do these ones first. These two first, especially. So I want to get the this tool, and I want to say chemical plants are to be fully prod 2'd, and industrial furnaces. That's that one. Are to be fully prod 2'd. And then I can take my module inserter, have a quick look at chat. Yes, there is. You're quite right. Thank you, Brian. Brain. Sorry. I shall go back and fix that in a moment. So we'll do that one first, then we'll do that one, and then we'll come back and see how many we've got. Yes, down here, you're quite right. This should be copper plates, not copper ingots. That would make a lot more sense. There we go. That can merrily fill up like that. And we've lost a couple of delivery cannon capsules, but never mind. This will now run. Hopefully, this will be able to keep up. There's probably a bit of a backlog of copper because of the way everything's been going. So hopefully this will be able to keep up with it. But I'll come back and have another look at that in a moment. Just generally keep a bit of an eye on it. How are we doing up here? Okay, so we've got productivity modules in here. We've got them in here. I'll keep an eye on a little bit of an eye on it, as I say, to make sure that things are generally able to keep up with what's coming through. These are very, very easily able to keep up with what's coming through, so let's module those as well. And hopefully this will all be okay. We shall find out. Oh, in the bottom, is there? Oh, down here. Oh, back to delivery. Ah, so I can press that one. Right, okay, so there is, yes, there is. Fine, I was not aware of that icon. Thank you for pointing that out. Hello, Persistent. Welcome to the stream, as ever. Discord seems muted. Quiet, does it? Oh, yes, it is. Discord has not been picked up properly by something. Sorry, I shall fix that. Yes, Discord has been muted for the entire stream so far. I would apologise, but I don't want to. There we go. Now, chat. I'm afraid you'll be able to hear them again. There we go. That's sorted out now.
That means chat gets to find out that we are somewhat overflowing with oil.
Ooh. Where?
Norvis.
Oh. In the core processing. Are we just not using it up fast
Yeah,
enough?
core processing has too much, and it's just not being claimed.
So is that because we've got prioritization wrong somewhere? Because I mean, we're getting through a lot of oil, surely.
We are
There
manually
are two
feeding
trains
some
at
in,
oil
so we
fields.
could cut this one, for example.
I don't know what this one is.
Yeah, and this one. So we have two places where we are directly feeding from oil wells. Both processes are just cut the connection.
Oh, I see.
Because we were so short on oils at some point.
It seemed like a good idea at the time. Where? Oh, there's one up there. It's an oil field. Oh, I see. That oil field is passing it straight down into the area down here for the plastic production.
I'm just going to put a load of extra storage space by the cores.
Yeah, that'll do for now, and then we can. So possibly the core mining is actually producing all of the oil we need. Blimey. Yes, I probably should have noticed slightly sooner than 16 minutes into the stream that that Discord was muted, but you know, they don't say very much anyway. They tend to be quite quiet and very very retiring.
I'm doing mental arithmetic. That's my excuse.
Sounds like there's a bit of a tick in the middle of arithmetic.
Hello, head of brain. Hello, persistent. Hello, everyone else.
Yes, you can say hello to people now. They'll hear you.
Yep.
Right.
I have been saying hello and being nice to everyone all the way through. I was being very pleasant and friendly, as I always am.
What are we jammed on?
But because I was in such a positive mood, Laurence muted me, and now I'm in a bad mood.
Oh.
Pat
on head. Right, I think.
What do you mean we aren't the important one, Johan? I happen to be the star of the show. I'll have you know.
If I want to know what their opinions are, if I want their opinions, I'll tell them what they are.
Yep.
Oh, I've run out of productivity modules. Oh well, never mind. Now, in theory, I should have started. If I'd known I was going to run out, I'd have started at this end and sort of slowly put them in as I went along the thing. But
I am indeed the best, Johan. You are absolutely right. Mike
you're
is
the best, Johan. Blimey.
You may have missed the comma in my sentence.
I think you might.
What I
really in your sentence.
really like about this is that, so forget the ego stroking side of things, because I mean that's just factually accurate. It's that it really seems to genuinely wind Laurence up. And what you guys maybe can't see in the Discord is sort of behind the scenes where he's trying to work out ways to sort of subvert it and make it into a different slogan. It's not working.
I don't think my suggestions of Mike is the Pest has been particularly subtle and behind the scenes.
No, in fairness, that's true. It stopped being behind the scenes a long time ago. It's just not really happening.
That's
I
because they
take
don't
extra pleasure in this.
That's because they don't know you like we do.
The eternal excuse. If everybody knew you like I knew you, they wouldn't like you.
Why is that one still asking for more modules? When it's got the 3 modules it's asking for. Unplayable.
Did you put them in rather than bots?
Nope. I'm not on this planet.
Oh.
Right, one every half
But even
second.
if I had, just putting them in by hand should have satisfied the expectations. But apparently
Yeah,
not.
but I could see there being some weird case of it doing something weird.
7.
Much overflowing with oil. Oh no, I think a bot just came out and fixed some of them, which is it must have come out and gone oh and then gone back again. Yeah, like there we go. Yes, a bot flew out, went oh, and went away again because it couldn't put it there. No, I've been whenever I see Mike is the best written down somewhere, I've been correcting it to Mike is the pest if it's in a place where I can edit it. Unfortunately, sometimes it's not in a place where I can edit it, and that makes it a little bit harder.
But a lot funnier, not gonna lie.
Sometimes I can just delete the message, that works too.
It's nice that you've got nothing better to do but try and police the internet to make sure they don't say Mike is the best too often. I mean, forget this making videos nonsense.
I should probably start trying to ship more vulcanite into Talos so I can do the more efficient processing recipe a bit more. But
it genuinely took me a second to realise that you said ship with a p. And I was thinking, what are you doing with vulcanite? How? What? Where's it come from? And I was genuinely a little concerned and quite impressed.
Sometimes it burns, that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
What pressing Q on an item request while in satellite mode magically fulfills it? Really? That seems surprising. But that's not what I did. I'm pretty sure I just used the module inserter to chuck a load of to tell it to put modules in those machines. I don't know what's going on there. So,
Laurence doesn't know what's going on.
What's next on my to-do list? Have I finished everything I need to do on Talos? I think I probably have. I mean, I'm not saying it's all going to work perfectly now, but I think I'm saying...
Isn't that what you thought about wherever it was you were last week?
This is where I was last week, yes. I've gone in...
you're fixing it now.
I've gone in and fixed the things I noticed that were wrong, basically.
Well, yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Yep, if it doesn't work the first time, just, ask Marc ask Marc to review your VOD and correct it.
That is one of the advantages of making the videos. Well, actually, one of the advantages, I suppose, is, yes, that Marc goes in and then reviews it and tells me where I've gone wrong. But also, because I have a look at it again when I'm in a sort of a different mood, isn't quite the right word, but when after some time has passed, I do go in and then review what I've been up to, and that's when I often do notice some mistakes at that point, and I put them on the to-do list and fix them in the next stream. And then the ones I've missed will be pointed out by people in the video comments as well, and possibly by Marc. So it is quite useful. Hello, Madman. Welcome. Right. So next, that I think is probably. I'm happy to leave this alone and let it keep running for now, and then come back to it and fix it again when it just turns out to actually be more broken. So, what's next? Next I was going to go off to Agnair, and Agnair is the big vulcanite planet, which has no water on it, which is a bit of a shame, but it has enormous quantities of vulcanite, so it's probably a place worth going. So there was somebody in the comments was suggesting that actually shipping water out, as long as you're using, say, a nuclear power plant with condensing turbines, isn't actually all that horrific. It doesn't get through that much water, so you can send it all over as ice. We don't actually have a supply of ice yet, though. But I think which I am going to need for the Volcanite, so that's still a to happen thing. Tristan, you went off to a cryonite planet. Am I right in thinking you didn't set up an ice supply?
Correct. It requires sulfuric acid,
Right.
which there wasn't any for anything else on there.
Okay.
I didn't end up producing any.
Okay, so at some point I'm going to need water ice. That could be done on Norvis because we are shipping cryonite over there. It's slightly wasteful in shipping stuff around, but if it removes having to ship maybe sulfur or oil or iron,
Sulfur and maybe iron.
yeah, out to the ice planet, it might well be worth it.
Yeah, I think that genuinely has to be factored in. It's not just about the am I being 100% efficient with this very small subsystem. It's systemically including all of the costs of the logistics of the other planets as well.
Oh, definitely, yes. And that's sort of why what I was thinking of when I went in and looked at the best way to use up the copper on Talos. Is it worth actually using some of the plastic that's been brought in order to make the low density structures on site so that I don't have to ship the copper out? And no, because I'd be ending up shipping a lot more plastic in than I am in order to use up some of the copper than I would be shipping the copper out. So, yes, agreed.
A waterless cryonite planet. Oh, that'd be grim.
Oof.
Yeah, because solar's going to be terrible out there.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Unless it's some weird inner one where there's cryonite and yet.
Cryonite, even though it's in a hot place.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I don't know how. What's the word I'm looking for? Like intelligent the mod is in terms of putting planet placements out like that. Like I don't know if Volcanite's always near it in and Cryonite's always further out.
Usually is, and both the games I've played have had a Volcanite planet really really close in. And please hold while I check to see what planets we have further out.
I mean, in fairness,
there's a Cryonite planet way out as well. So
Norvis's moons have Drakit and Tashikutin. It's got one Volcanite, one Cryonite as moons of the same planet. So I mean, it's not.
Yeah.
Not perfect.
Yeah. If we ignore the moons of Norvis, which I suspect have been put in there to give the player a bit of an easy jump start point before they go off and tackle the difficult ones that are further away, then at least two out of two have had the Volcanite planet in close to the sun and the Cryonite planet blooming miles from the sun. And if Tristan says the same, 3 out of 3.
Yeah.
There we go.
No, fair.
So I think it is deliberate.
Also, Foxo has been unlucky in that. He's saying it doesn't have biters, it has biter meteors, which means that it happens to have vitamelange on it.
Oh, right.
Which means it's still a low threat one. It's essentially zero threat, but it has vitamelange, so it gets biters.
But yeah, that is quite unlucky, especially to have the water, especially and waterless one being the moon of Norvis one is extremely cruel, because I get the impression that's supposed to be the easy one that provides you with a very very slow trickle of it and probably not enough to carry on with it for long term. So that's interesting. Yeah, is water required for cryonite processing? I can't remember. But if not, you could possibly get away with doing what I'm planning to do with Agnair. So, what was I planning to do with Agnair? Well, I've got here, I've got a rocket that's got a load of useful stuff in it. It's got all the things I need, hopefully, to process the Volcanite until I realise I've forgotten some stuff. We've got chemical plants in presumably fairly large quantities. We've got the drills to dig it up. We've got pulverizers to pulverize it, and I've got the furnaces to cook it. I've got loads of solar to produce power down there. And my cunning plan is that this planet is basically only going to be operational during the day, and c'est la vie. I'm going to chuck some accumulators in here as well, though, just to try and power some of the stuff that I don't want to be unpowered, like the meteor defense gun. So let's ask for 200 accumulators. That's not going to be enough to power everything for the very very long nights this planet has, but at least it'll be a good start. Yep, they're on their way. Good.
We don't have the immersite for you to make a bunch of advanced solar panels, do we?
We're very, very short of immersite, so I suspect not. I haven't actually looked, but I'd be slightly
potentially
surprised.
just send some out at a later date and upgrade them.
Yeah, actually, I don't think there's going to be any point because I think not in the not too distant future we'll have space elevators and then we'll just be producing the power in space.
Yeah,
When's the last
upgrade them
time
might
you...
be a move into space as well.
When's the last time you looked at space elevators on the list, by the way?
What do you mean by on the list?
As in...
How much tech
yeah, that's the one.
they need.
Sorry? Oh, how much tech?
Yeah.
Not very recently.
Anyways, I have just a subtle suspicion they're a little bit further away than you might think.
They're not that far. They are Astro 1, Energy 1, and Material 1. So they are 2 more science packs away. And Astro is probably going to be the first one we do. And then I suspect Material 1 is going to be the second one we do.
Material 2
Alright,
it requires.
That's Material... Oh, sorry, I'm looking at Weapons Delivery Cannon. Sorry, for some reason I clicked Elevator. It looks enough like an elevator, and when you glanced at it very, very quickly... Sorry, yes, it's Material 2.
The large gun-like design is the giveaway.
Well, when you glance at it very, very quickly, there's a base thing, and then there's a thing going upwards, which looks like a space elevator cable. So, I was blatantly unobservant about that, but it looked sort of... It did look sort of vaguely right at a very quick glance.
Looks like the business end of a shotgun.
Interestingly, I've typed in less of elevator than you have, and I don't have the gun in my search results. I just typed in ELE.
Pass.
Anyway,
the search in this game is a little bit sus.
Yeah. Okay, so there's a bit of stuff going on there.
So there are a few more things to be done in there, but I'm imagining once we've done all the supplies of the resources of the materials that we're doing at the moment, we'll then probably be working fairly hard on the space station, and I suspect we'll get the first few sciences fairly quickly. And I'm keen to get on with doing Astro because I like spaceships. So if somebody else does the materials because they want elevators, then it's not going to be that long until we've got it.
Don't need material 1 for spaceship anyway.
But it's Astro 3, if I remember correctly. I'm not actually looking at the moment, but I suspect I'm pretty sure.
It's my calculator. Right, I'm doing this one the hard way. Right, I want to find 55% of that. 20 divided by. Don't mind me.
Oh, Foxo is suggesting that maybe I've got fuzzy search turned on, and elev is close enough to eliv that it's the eliv in delivery canon. So it's possible. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Let's turn that off as well, actually. How full is this rocket now? That's pretty full. I think rather than trying to think up more things to take over with me, I'm gonna head over there. I'm gonna make sure. Actually, in order, I'm gonna make sure I've got a cargo landing pad, which I have. I've got a space capsule, which I have. I'm going to get some more rocket fuel because you need a lot of that for flying around generally. There we go. That should make sure I'm able to lift off from Agnair. And I think I'm probably ready to head over there. He says in a slightly thoughtful, slow tones. Right, let's just go and then worry about things later because I can always put anything else I need in the rocket. I've got the landing pad. That's the important bit. So, I don't want to go to Agnair. I want to go to Agnair orbit. Agnair would be bad. Launch the spaceship and fly over there. How much? I've still got loads of. I've still got 65% fuel for the ion engine, so that's fine. We'll just abandon Mike on out on Kothar. In fact, let's have a look at Kothar. See how he's getting on.
I'm having fun.
Oh, good. Actually, is that allowed?
1, 6, 7, 8,
I
9.
don't even know where he is. It's probably for the best. If I knew where he was, I'd probably lob a delivery cannon capsule at him.
I'm here.
Oh yeah. Oh, there's a bit too much stuff around you. I don't want to damage those furnaces.
Don't want that. 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 You know what?
All right. So this is iron processing. Oh, you're doing it very, very efficiently. So do you need a lot of iron then? Because you've got a big iron smeltery set up here.
Yes, in a word.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, in fairness, I might be overbuilding a little bit. That is a possibility that has not sort of passed me by. But but I would rather. Here's
if
the
it
thing.
keeps you busy, we're happy.
Yeah, it keeps him in slightly
Thanks,
less
Marc.
trouble than otherwise.
Appreciate it. My logic genuinely is I would rather have something which means that someone doesn't have to come back here and bulk it up a bit later than something which is.
I mean, they
like
probably
a
will have to
glove in
anyway
terms of
because
requirements.
you can never actually have enough stuff in Factorio. But yeah, I very much take your point, and I think that makes sense.
Yeah. Of course, it makes sense, young man. I came up with it. Yeah. So, joking aside, yeah, it's the argument goes it's better to have enough to have a lot of future proofing in than it is to.
Interestingly, I've sort of gone the other way with Talos. I've reckoned it's better to just get something relatively small up and running to give a little supply of beryllium, and then go back later when I've got better weapons, better and better modules and beacons and things, and I can get a much and do a bigger upgrade in one go. However, yours will probably last longer before that first upgrade is needed. So yeah, I mean,
Yeah, and
it's just
given the
slightly
complexity
philosophy.
of what is it I'm dealing with?
Iridium.
Iridium. Thank you. Yes. Given the complex, I know what I'm doing. Given the complexities of iridium,
Citation needed.
yeah, given the complexities of iridium, it seems like a good idea to just get it done en masse.
Yeah, that seems fair.
Yeah, I mean, an iron smeltery, let's be honest, is not exactly groundbreaking technology for us. So I can just do that.
Yeah.
No, not smeltery junction. I want a.
No. Still 4.5 minutes away. 4 minutes. 3 minutes. 4 minutes. Yeah.
Full junction.
Yes, yes. Having fun is not completely forbidden, but we do look on it with suspicion whenever we notice it happening. Oh, I had a question about why Taishakuten was stopped. Because, well, it stopped. Why have you stopped? What have we got too much of? Too much pyro. How can we have too much pyroflux? What a ridiculous problem.
What? How? What?
And other
the rest of our entire base
Send it
is.
to Njord.
Yeah, I was going to say the rest of our entire base is starved of the stuff. You're sat there hoarding it.
Yeah, there's a tank of 200,000 here, and I'm not really sure what to do with it. Because it's liquid pyroflux. And therefore
Put it in a barrel.
Awkward. I mean, that's not impossible.
What were you using it for?
It's being produced as a byproduct from crushing the vulcanite.
No. What are you using it for?
Oh, what is it actually being used for? It's being used in very, very small quantities to turn the sand into glass. And
so realistically, you're not using it in any sensible quantity.
Basically, yes.
So you should be doing the same for the rare metals and the iron, then.
Probably yes. That would help a little bit, but I don't think it would solve the problem.
Yeah, it's probably. I'd say burn it for power, but it's.
Yeah. I could just empty the tank, but that feels kind of wasteful. I could put in another
Honestly,
tank.
Genuinely, barrels, novice.
Yeah, I could do.
I know that you're allergic to barrels, but trust me on this one.
No, I am. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just thinking trying to think what the best way to do it would be. Especially given there's a shortage of assembly. Actually, no, I can pull up these assembly machines again. Right, let's start planning this out. So if I put in underground there to there, I can then feed this round here.
And then if at the same time Marc is thinking about putting extra delivery cannon receipt, what's called, 4 barrels of pyroflux near the wherever it is that the smeltery wants pyroflux, or even just on a separate station. A separate station might be cleaner. Once again, Mike saves the day.
Right, so do that. I can then bring. This is getting very spaghetti, but then that's what we're here for, isn't it? The spaghetti. Oh. Come around there, down here to here. Now we'll feed them in there. Right, so that's the barrel output. So we need one of these in here somewhere. Barreling. Only one making barrels, and then one putting it in barrels like that. Then we can have a belt coming across here like that. So it goes in there. Steel comes down here like this, like that. And then we just need to get the pyroflux into here. That's not going to be difficult because it's right here. I'm going to let this run for a moment or two and make sure I've actually got the belts that I need to do all of this shenaniganry, because I'm not sure I do. However, I do have machinery over here that can be repurposed to make belts as required. So if I want you to make belts instead... this is feeling very familiar from when there was that crisis earlier. But no, okay, we've got pipes, but we don't have belts. We don't have motors, rather. So we need you to make the motors. Are motors things that are going to be just made? I hope they are. No, they're probably going to need cogs as well, aren't they? Yes, they are. So that's not going to work. So I need this one to make cogs. There we go. So if I get you to make cogs, and then you to make motors, like that, then we can start filling this up with motors like this, which is okay, which is good. This is what we want. Make about a bajillion of them, and then we'll turn everything around, and we can start making belts out of that as well. Because we need all of these down to here, and then I'm going to need an inserter there, there, and there. And then I'm going to need to use these assembly machines again. Why have you stopped? Oh, you're waiting for that to cook. Okay, that's all right then. Oh, and I've run out of delivery cannons. Damn it. I could pull up the iron one, because that probably isn't going to do any good. But then when it isn't going to be needed if we're going to start turning all of the iron into steel and into barrels. I am not sure about this whole system. Oh, we've got some spare delivery cannons over here. Let's lose one of these. There we go. If I had to get rid of that one, it can be put over there, and that'll fix that problem. And then it is just belts, I think, and the assembly machine. So I'll need these assembly machines. Okay, that should be all right then. How are you not using steel up on your space station at a heck of a rate? I mean, on our space station, the steel is all going in. We're bringing up massive quantities of steel, even though we're recycling the barrels, and that's and that's because we're making the scaffolding and the belts and the pipes and everything else you need in space just to keep everything working. I'm amazed you've got an excess of steel in space. That's amazing. Good evening, Metbar. Cook faster, not you. This needs to cook faster. I need more iron. I am slightly concerned that we're going to run out of iron here, because I have a feeling this is going up here for a reason. Oh yes, it's needed for making acid, but that's needed for processing the imersite, and we haven't done any of that for a very long time, so we might just not have to... Might be able to not worry about that. And there's a warehouse full of it here, and by full of it I mean 2/3 full. How many belts have we got? How many motors have we got so far? 53. Okay, that might actually be enough. How many belts am I short by? So, Taishikuten, 55 belts. No, I'll let that run for another set, and then we'll get us up to 50, whatever. Right. So now I want you to make belts instead. That's this one. So I turn that round and that round, and then this can run again. We'll now start making the belts. We can lay all of these down. Hopefully that'll be enough. Once it probably is or probably isn't, I can then restart replacing stuff, and we can just... Then the things will hopefully work. Hopefully it'll be able to work. We shall see. There we go. There's the bots coming in and picking up belts. Does that recipe make multiple belts? It does. It makes 2 at a time. Okay, so we're going to have loads of belts available. That's great. Still waiting for that to happen. Come on, bots. Come on, little smelting machine. You can do it. Little smelting machine that might or might not. Oh, pylons. All right, let's have some of them. suppose I can't complain too much about my factory needing power to do things.
And why not?
Well, okay, I could complain, but it wouldn't do any good. What? Oh no, that pylon isn't in yet. Okay, so I think that's all good. This is where I find that barrels of pyroflux can't be put in a delivery cannon for unknown reasons. Right, so now that's finished, I need to pull up that and that. No, I didn't mean cut, I meant that and that. Borrow those. Okay, so we take those away. Eventually those will hopefully be brought over here because I am going to need them. In the meantime, let's put in some more electricity around here like that. You are going to be doing pyroflux barrels. Yes, thank goodness for that. Marc, could I have somewhere to drop pyroflux barrels in, please?
Beg your pardon?
Could I have somewhere where I can drop pyroflux barrels, please?
Yes, sure. Give me a second.
Thank you. You are making barrels, if I can find the... There they are, barrel. Chonk. You are... Why are you not built... Oh. Damn it. No, not you. Don't have that either. Just carry on modifying Marc's designs, he won't mind. This is an old design anyway. It's the one from before there was a delivery cannon chest in the middle, so it's out of date anyway. So nobody cares about it.
Fighter attack on turrets.
One entity is destroyed. Where's that? Kothar. Kothar. Oh, it's you, Mike.
Yep, on my way. Do I have any of these turrets in tow? I don't bet to.
And fill a pyroflux barrel. Right, so that's there. Put that there, and then underground pipeline. Oh, for goodness sake. Like that, maybe? Do I have these underground pipes? Please tell me I have underground pipes. Promising? Yes, yes I do. Phew.
That was just an expansion.
And if you're given how much effort you put into cleaning up the atmosphere over there, I would be rather surprised if you're getting anything other than just expansions.
Oh yeah, it's just a bit annoying when they turn up. Just going to
Yeah.
reinforce the regular gun turrets for a bit.
Yeah. Aim for Norvis. And let's go look
Okay,
for...
please use the pyroflux cube chest.
Okay, thank you. That's up here somewhere.
But now I have to get rid of the barrels
Steel.
as well.
Yeah, or the barrels, yes. Afraid so. There is somewhere where barrels are being used, but it's probably going to be easier to just smash it down into steel.
Yeah, exactly.
And eat it or something.
That is at least local.
That's true. Steel isn't too far away. Yeah. Turn that on. Oh, I should cable that in. Forgot that important step.
What machine do I need to crush the...
Recycling facility, I
machine
think.
to turn them. Yeah. What do you do? What are you sending the pyroflux barrel signal? As a signal?
Yes.
Okay.
I like the way that No Guard is questioning how come you can barrel pyroflux because it's hot, but you can barrel 5,000 degrees steam and hold it there for ages, and nobody cares.
I thought we found you couldn't barrel steam.
So you could, or maybe you can't barrel
You could
steam. You can
definitely
certainly put
put
it in a
it in a
fluid
tray.
wagon.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, let's be honest, a barrel
That's
is
just a big barrel.
a very yes, it's good the way around. A train is a fluid wagon is a very, very big barrel on wheels, or a barrel is a very, very small fluid wagon that's not got wheels attached.
Yeah, but if you've got a really, really big one, if you pardon the expression, then you've got room to put sort of more reinforcement and shielding, heat shielding and insulation and stuff like that. I don't think pyroflux is hot. I think it just releases a lot of heat when you do stuff with it. Because if you look over here, it's just the temperature of that pyroflux is only 50 degrees C. Now that is quite toasty, but it's not really, really hot. So I think you'll be okay putting it in a steel barrel if it's 50 degrees C. Yeah, it's just a bit spicy. Whereas over here we've got steam that is not telling me because there isn't very much of it in the pipe. Up here we've got water which is at 15 degrees C, and we've got petroleum gas that's at 25 degrees. Why are all these liquids at different temperatures? What is the ambient temperature on this planet? We're running it all around in iron pipes. Whatever temperature the stuff in the pipes is, it should be the same as the ambient temperature on the planet. Especially when it's things that we obviously just don't care about. But no, there's 3 different things at 3 different temperatures. Now I want to go around looking at other liquids and see what temperatures they are.
What I like about this is that we've managed to get Laurence actually quite irate.
Hydrogen chloride is 25 degrees.
Mineral water is also 25 degrees. I think generally stuff that's been modded in is 25 degrees. Water is 15 degrees because it's colder in Czechia where the game is written than it is wherever Arendelle lives. And pyroflux is 50 degrees because it's hot stuff and they just wanted to make it a little bit hotter. I am of course making all of this up, but it hangs together inside my fragile little mind. So, you know, I'm going with that. It's now canon. Now head canon. As opposed to delivery cannon.
Ew.
Right, that is making a dent in the amount of pyroflux we have here. So we've now got down to 189,000 of the 200,000. So yep, we're using some of that up. I am now wondering if I should have put a control pump in here to tell this to only run when there's less than in there, but there's kind of isn't room for that. Oh, actually, this there is. You know what? Let's make this a little bit neater because I don't need any of that. What I actually need is a pipe going across there, and then ein pump. Pump. Assuming I actually have any pumps on this planet.
You could just
which isn't a given.
filter it with the inserters. Or
true,
turn it
I
on
could.
and off with the inserters.
That's also true. I could. But also that's a little bit neater and looks a little bit less stupid.
Apparently that has a pipe.
Did you just use brain on Laurence's channel?
Sorry.
I thought we spoke to you about this.
Next you'll be telling us you're having fun as well.
I know.
No, don't worry about that.
I mean, this is work, right?
Yep. I did genuinely get away with telling one of the operations team, senior operations team at work that streaming is work.
I mean, technically, it is for me. I'm not sure it is for you guys because I'm not paying you.
Oh, it's work. It's just, you know, good for our exposure.
Yes.
I don't know why we want to get exposed, but apparently it's good for it.
There we go.
So
I'll use
we'll have the last laugh when, as the stars of the show, we've been made famous and our cameraman sat there going, but I was part of that.
Temperature is a relic from when steam was 100-degree water. I mean, that makes a certain amount of sense. Yeah, I don't think there's anywhere actually. I'm not aware of anything that actually uses the temperature of something. I mean, except that there's steam, but I think the steam is all just different types of steam. Actually, I'm not sure about that. Because steams you have different temperatures of just steam. So over here we've got a tank full of. This is a tank full of 500 degrees, full of steam at 500 degrees C. I don't think it's 500. I don't think 500 degrees C steam is a thing. I think this is steam that is also at 500 degrees. So if we had steam at 100 degrees because it had come out of a more basic boiler, I think that would be the same thing, just with a different temperature rating. So I think actually temperature is used a little bit. That does make me wonder whether you can mix 500 degree steam and 100 degree steam in the same tank, and what temperature it comes out as if you do.
Oh no.
For science!
Oh, we're all doomed.
Oh, apparently No God says you can't mix them. They count as different fluids from that point of view, at least. That's a shame. Because it'd be quite nice if it just sort of averaged them sensibly. Oh, you've tested it. Okay, fair enough.
You say that would be nice, right up until you had to do the calculations to work out what your steam efficiency was when you accidentally mixed these two together, and then you did that and that contaminated this, which meant that your power plant has just gone from being a 100 megawatt power plant to a 98 megawatt power plant, and so on. Yeah.
That would be
also,
both
I feel
amazing
you were
and
complaining
horrible.
about this sort of thing in Dyson Sphere program when it was doing this with paint.
Oh yes, yeah. The paint system in Dyson Sphere program was odd, to say the least. Right, I'm not sure there's enough steel coming through in order to make enough barrels. I shall revisit this at a later time and see what happens. So they're two different fluids, but you can use any of them in recipes that just say steam. That seems fair. So I mean, can you use any of them in a turbine? You just get less power out of a colder steam. I don't know. I feel like it should be the case, but I don't know. Right. So we've got rid of 12,000 pyroflux, which is a start. The problem is that we don't have enough iron coming through to order. Iron ore coming through to make the steel to keep the barrels coming, because it's all being turned into heat shield tiles in order to make delivery cannon capsules. Oh well.
Give it a chance to catch up.
That's what I was thinking. I'll give it a chance. I'll just leave it for a bit. I suspect it's probably not going to. Because actually no, there's supposed to be a little bit of overflow of iron. So now I'm just hopefully turning that little bit of overflowed iron into barrels. I suspect it's not going to be enough though, but we'll see. We'll see. Have to add steam cooling off over time. I mean, yeah, that does make sense. The fact that we're storing all this steam in these tanks down here. I mean, maybe they're really, really good thermoses, but even so, it is a little bit nonsensical that these are just storing steam at 500 degrees and it never gets any cooler. Although this planet, actually, I was going to say this planet's really close to the sun. It's not. This is a moon of Norvis. Speaking of planets that are really close to the sun, look, I finally arrived at Agnair and actually noticed. So let's land in Agnair orbit. Let's see if we can find an asteroid to land on, because it's always satisfying to do that. I don't think I can. Alright, let's just stop here. Boom. Thop. Right, so we'll leave my spaceship just merrily floating here in orbit. I should put down a space capsule in the cold, hard vacuum of space like that. And I shall fall off the world. Or the lack of world. Come on, get in the thing. There we go. Right. Okay, so I'm going to drop down to Agnair. That's fine. I need some fuel to do that. That's also fine. So just drop down. Yeah, that seems all seems fine. As if pipes weren't laggy enough. Yeah. Factorio. I haven't. Has there been another announcement about the Factorio expansion? I haven't heard anything new in the last few days, but I've not been concentrating on it that hard, I have to admit. Normally, the Factorio Discord alerts everybody when there's something remotely interesting like that. Yes, the steam turbines do generate different amounts of electricity from different amounts of steam. That's definitely true. I need to scan some of Agnair to decide where I want to land. Apologies for lag, he says just after he's done it.
Did somebody delete my mic is the best message, Laurence? In Discord, where I was logging what I'd done.
Yeah, I was waiting to see how much
I assume that was you just trying to get the notification to appear.
Nope, that was me trolling Laurence. Subtly.
I might have got my own back slightly subtly.
He was very quick to delete that.
Was I?
Genuinely didn't notice.
I got an alert saying a message had popped up, so I went in and deleted it. But I don't know.
That's pretty quick.
It depends whether I was. I must have been at the what's name. Oh, the 2022 summary. Yeah, okay. So there is a sort of there will be an expansion at some point. Yes, there seems to be a conspiracy theory going around that that the expansion is going to be essentially space exploration with a load of extra stuff integrated into the engine to make it bigger and better and more and everything. So space exploration 1.0 will be Factorio 1.5, the expansion version, whatever you want to, DLC, whatever you want to call it. But in big and sufficiently as a suitable DLC. I have no idea whether that's true, but it seems to be a conspiracy theory that's going around at the moment. I'm going to do some surface scanning. This may slow things down a little bit.
There's no combat happening.
I don't know. You say SE is what you wanted from Factorio right from the start. I think I'd disagree. If my very first game of Factorio was space exploration, I'd go, "Ooh, this is getting a bit tricky." It's absolutely fantastic as a mod and as sort of an extension of once you're sort of comfortable and have completed significant chunks of the vanilla game. But I don't think it's a good I think it's not that great a place to start. 0.5 might have been slightly better as places to start go because it was more of an extension of what was already there. Like you complete a normal game of Factorio and then you do space exploration. There's a little bit more to it than that because of the AAI stuff, but basically that's what it was. But now there's so much extra stuff in. I think if you took somebody on their first playthrough of Factorio and said, okay, now you have to go off to another planet and mine Vulcanite, as it is in SE 0.6, I think they'd probably go what and curl up in a ball and hide under their desk. True, I suppose I should always remember that I am playing with K2, and that does make things a little bit more. Okay, so here is my planet. There are many like it, but this one is mine. It's very cliffy. Have I put a bajillion cliff explosives into my rocket? I suspect not. I suspect that's something I've forgotten. Let's fill the rocket up with cliff explosives. Why are there bots? Oh, Marc has decided to try and pave Norvis again.
No, I added some there because if you look at the warnings,
pave Norvis.
There is a warning saying too much stone on Norvis.
Okay. All right, I'll let you.
I told you so.
Timing is slightly important on it to make sure you're not just pulling from mines when you do it.
Yeah, so I haven't got any cliff explosives, so let's have a bajillion of those. They come in stacks of 20. So if I order 250, I think they might just fit in the rocket.
Jeez, that is a lot of bots.
Make that 450, because there's a lot of cliffs out there. I think I'm going to need them. Right. Space exploration, yes, it's a big jump forwards, I think. And yeah, as you say, Foxo, the blue science is I think the first big filter in Factorio. People who actually get playing and get started sort of properly, the first place where a lot of people drop out apparently is blue science, where you suddenly have to start dealing with oil and fluids in larger quantities than just water. Then I didn't find blue science to be that bad when I first played. I remember finding yellow science absolutely horrible in my first the first time I got to it, but obviously I've got used to it now. I spent quite a long time doing sort of mega base type stuff, so not sort of really mega base, but trying just sort of doing basically vanilla, but trying to get launch rockets faster and faster and faster. Then I think Angel Bobs was my first big modded playthrough. Videos of that are on the channel. They're a bit old and I wasn't as good at presenting then as I am now, but if you want to see Angel Bobs, it's a good way to do so. Then after that I did space exploration, then Industrial Revolution, and now space exploration 0.6 with Krastorio². So yeah, I'd say I think I'd want to be competent at vanilla Factorio before I moved on to any of the big mod packs, because they do take things up a significant step, in my opinion. Now, if you dived in with space exploration and you swam, then good for you. Well done. Certainly it's certainly not the wrong way to do it. It's just I suspect not the way I personally would recommend. Can I send some cliff explosives over to the supporter server? I don't think that's on the rocket itinerary, I'm afraid. So that one might be a little bit of a struggle.
I was going to ask if iron ore is supposed to be cut off, but it looks like it's deliberate.
Yes, I'm
because cores are backing up with iron as well.
Cool.
We currently don't have an iron smeltery.
Huh?
Yeah, I noticed that.
Oh noes. Not I'm using very much of it at the moment.
Yeah, it means we've got more. We have more spare iron ore than we do stone, which means that iron is the one that Laurence's filter inserter is outputting, because it can only output one thing at a time.
Right. What was I doing? Oh, it's Agnair. Let's carry on scanning, because I still haven't decided where I want to land. I want somewhere that doesn't have too many cliffs, which might be tricky on this planet. I mean, look at that. That's ridiculous. There's a little bit of space down here. This might be my if I destroy these cliffs and these cliffs, then I've got a bit of space to play with here, and that'll be a good start. And then it's going to be a case of running railways. Yeah, that's not getting any better. So I guess I'll just land over here and then start to build out this way. I think that's probably acceptable. Okay, so I actually want to land. What did I say? I said just over. Yeah, this is the patch. So I want to land about here. And now I shall fly down there to Agnair. Right, that all looks correct. Going up. Going down. Right, here I am. So, first things first, put down one of these. Second thing, realise I haven't brought any solar panels. Third thing, realise that doesn't actually matter because you don't need electricity to land on a cargo landing pad, so that's fine. So now I can go back over to Norvis, or look back at Norvis, and say I would like. This is the wrong part of Norvis. I say you. Oh yes, we need to load this up first. So we've got a new. Get rid of that request. Dump all the cliff explosives across into the rocket. That will. That wasn't 450. That's like 200, 250, 260. I think we're not building cliff explosives fast enough. I'm going to request a few more because I am going to need so many of these, especially when I start running railways. How much room is there?
Increase the production buffer at the place where it's produced.
Okay, thank you. I mean, it won't help for now, but at least it means next time somebody asks for a load of cliff explosives, they'll be okay. So thank you. No, there isn't actually a shortage of anything. It's just this machine is taking too long to do stuff. Circuits. Circuits aren't so bad. I mean, it depends what you're trying to do with them.
Circuits are great.
They are complex and require some learning.
Blue circuits, red circuits, or green circuits?
Red and green.
Circuit network circuits.
Oh, those circuits.
Yes.
Spot which ones I spend most time thinking about.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun. They're complex and difficult to get into, which I think is what makes them fun. Because and also because they're so powerful, that also makes them fun. But I can understand why people struggle a little bit with them to start with. Yeah, sometimes the systems you have to set up get a little bit out of control and out of whack. But you know, that's all part of the fun. 200, 2450. Okay, that'll all fit in there. Cores filling up, says the alert. Okay. Well, unfortunately, there's not a great deal for me to do out here on this planet until some of this stuff I've requested arrives. I mean, I can put down a roboport, but it's not going to have any power. It's just going to sit there going, nope. Ooh, I should bring some robots over. That's the thing I apparently don't have. Let's have some construction bots as well. That'd be useful. Where do construction bots live? Here they are. 100 of them. And let's have some logistics bots as well. I don't need very many of those. Just to bring stuff out to me when I need it. Yeah, exactly. So circuits are great if you want to do something simple. Like here, we're not loading in rocket capsules unless there's 0 of them in the rocket silo already. That's easy. That's circuit, and that's very, very easy, simple to do. And I'm sure practically anyone could pick that up. But then when you want to do something a little bit more complicated, perhaps like this thing over here that tells us what resources we've got in what quantities, that's a bit more complicated. It's not too bad. You can if you spend a little bit of time thinking about it, you can kind of see how it works. And then there are much more complicated things beyond that as well. So they're very powerful. You can do anything you want with them. It's just sometimes your brain might melt while you're trying to do it.
Just watch tomorrow's video.
Not going to be tomorrow, I'm afraid.
Okay.
I haven't had time to do another recording of it. It'll be next Tuesday. Yeah, watch next Tuesday's video. At least if you're a supporter. If you're not a supporter, become a supporter. Then watch next Tuesday's video. Apparently, we still have no copper ore. But I do approve that the lithium has now been fixed.
That presumably just means whoever's putting copper mines hasn't wired them in.
Probably.
Yeah, there's a full copper mine here. I'll wire that in.
Right, there we go. There's my bots. Load the rocket
There we
again.
go, we should have copper now.
I've stopped looking at that. Oh, I forgot to unset that. Oh well, never mind. Is that now basically full? No, we're still waiting for more. Still waiting for more cliff explosives. I could say that reckon that's enough. Yes, we now have copper ore. Thank you. I could say yes, we've probably got enough cliff explosives now and just launch it, but I don't know. Rare metals doesn't seem to fill up above 50%, nor does iron ingots, but I think that's probably okay.
Okay, yeah, I haven't adjusted all of them.
But... Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. They're all
yeah,
green, which is the most important.
Should currently be full. What was the other one you said?
Raw metals, iron ingots.
I'm not going to touch iron ingots while Mark's fiddling with that stuff.
Seems fair. Switch case would be quite nice with with the inserters, but with the comparators. Combinators, that's what they're called. But as you say, it's always a challenge to build it. Next Tuesday is going to be next Tuesday will be a video about which is going to have rather a lot of circuit conditions in it, because I started off making a relatively simple video and then Tristan and Marc started trying to compete with each other and it all got a bit out of hand. So something to look forward to next week.
I'm pretty sure I prefaced it by saying I've got this terrible idea.
It's okay. I'm keeping in your normal idea first, and then we shall go on to the bit which I shall indeed preface by saying this is going to be a terrible idea, but Tristan got carried away. I'm kind of bored of waiting. Let's just launch this rocket. So you are to go to Agnair. You are to go to Agnair landing pad, and you are to be triggered manually. And let's go. Rocket, please. How about now? This is where it crashes and I lose everything. Oh yeah, I could probably turn the surface scanning off now. How much area have I really... Yeah, I think I've probably discovered enough of this planet. That is a very fingerprinty planet. Oh, I think I see... Yes, here we go. Rocket stuff arriving. Shoomp. Right, so first things first. Set up a big electrical system. Can we just sort this, please? There we go. First things first, we need electricity. So I shall take some pocket bots, if I can find them. Bots plus. There we go. Have some of them. I'll need lots of them. And did I bring? Yes, I did bring some substations. Excellent. So now I can put down a substation. Let's put it here, so kind of out of the. No, let's put it down a bit. Let's put it here out of the way. Then take out these, and I can't remember the pattern for this, so let's do it like this.
I'm pretty sure the pattern changed at one point.
Seems likely.
I remember this. I think the substation was a different size at one point or something.
I wouldn't be entirely surprised if that was a K2 thing, or an SE thing, like the no, who's you're told, like the pylons having a slightly long, the medium pylons having a slightly longer range now. There we go.
Oh, we're dumping out copper ore now to turn into landfill.
Oh, that doesn't sound like a thing we want to be doing.
Well, it's not being used up by the smeltery fast enough.
Dope.
Ah, yes, because I've bolstered the rate we're processing cores at.
Oh right, so the smeltery isn't capable. Hang on, are you telling me the smeltery isn't capable of getting through copper ore at a rate that it's coming out of the core processing at?
It can't process 3 full red belts of copper.
Gosh. Oh, that's a patch of immersite. I think I probably don't want to build over that, just in case. Well, I'll pull that back up again. There we go. If I put this down here, will it reach? Of course it won't. So I need to have some overlap like that. That's a real... feels like a shame, but oh well. Why are these staggered? Oh, right. I know why they're staggered. Because these need to overlap as well, like that.
First fail found today. I didn't bring any fuel processors.
Fuel processors are fairly easy to make, I think. So you'd probably be able to deal with that one all by yourself. Probably.
Yep, you're not wrong.
Oh, oh no, I was going to say I've spotted my first fail. I actually haven't. I haven't found it yet. But I thought I'd forgotten to bring any yellow storage systems. Right, I think that's probably enough power down to sort of to kickstart stuff. So let's power up that robot port. Let's take all the rest of the robots out of here and put them all in here. Like that. When that juices up, this should hopefully, let's put that in construction mode for now, so that it'll do, yeah, it'll kindly do the business. Let's copy all of this. I have a lot of these to put down, so I'm reckoning on doing basically that. Oh wait, no, that needs to be in normal mode, because otherwise it won't detect this. So that means I need to put another one of these in. Here somewhere, so about here. Then the robots can go out and do all of the buildings. Oh, we're very, very short of power. What time of day is it? This is probably a thing I should check. Unknown. We are producing 334 kilowatts out of the 10.5 megawatts that's required. These seem to be... what?
It looks flat.
It does look flat, so that's very, very worrying. Because I put down quite a... I might need these flat solar panels that are currently being invented.
Factored in the solar power efficiency? Actually, no, you're quite close, aren't you?
I'm really close. It's like 100... It's 100... Oh, it's plus 11%, 110% effectiveness, basically.
By the way, the research isn't researching.
You're right. Let's have a look at space. See what's happening in space.
There are many suspicious things, is what I'm hearing.
The science is on the wrong side of the belt. The optimization data.
Oh yeah. When's that happened?
Probably when you built it.
Don't know.
Oh,
working until
someone
now.
cut off the belt.
That'll have been when you were dealing with the scrap dump, perhaps.
No, I don't think I cut it off there. I just said,
Oh.
never mind, I'll deal with it at the other end.
Okay. Because there is some scrap on it, which is what made me think that. Curiouser and curiouser. Have I... Oh, I've run out of the solar panels in my pockets. Let's get some more of those. Alright, I'll put those bots out of their misery. Maybe. Oh.
Oh, some lag.
Don't think that's my fault for once. Could be wrong, but I don't think it is. Should turn it. I'm not sure what I should turn into sulfur, but yeah, I probably should. Oh yes, you're quite right. The substations and the pole. Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. There we go. Now things are working a bit more as I would expect them to. Thank you, Colin. Dope. And Zeno. Yes, that took me far longer to notice than it should have done. There we go. Now we have useful amounts of power, like 50 megawatts of it. I'm definitely going to need those flat solar panels when we get them researched, because this is not going to be. This is going to struggle.
We already have the tier above what you currently have.
Yeah, but they cost immosite, and that's horrible.
Yeah, but so the flat ones cost those ones.
Oh, do they? Oh, right. Okay. I was hoping they wouldn't. I don't know what. I don't know why I was hoping. I don't know why I thought that might possibly be the case. Of course, they're going to require the immosite. Okay, it's a good thing I didn't just build over the top of this immosite cave over here. Then I haven't brought anything to unload into it to mine it up with, but at least this way I've yes, that. Okay, so let's start thinking about what I'm going to do over here. So I need to put in another one of the standard blueprint for making delivery cannon capsules. So let's get one of those. Let's put that here. I think that's probably fine. Then we have an oil input. We have a core fragment, core chunk input, and we have a water input. That's going to be the hard part, but someone will work on that at some point. Need power for that. Why is my character always in the way? There we go.
Power. Want an honest answer for that, or
no. Not from you. Right, get rid of these infinity chests because that's silly. I might not need to pass to this blueprint quite as much as some of the other ones. We shall see. I mean, it actually kind of already is a little bit past her, but I won't need to go and sort of rip it apart. And I think this planet is going to be a bit more well supplied than other ones, basically. But by which I mean there is oil available on it. That is all that I actually require for this sort of shenaniganery. Interesting. Even though it seems to be now getting fairly dark, I do seem to still have 10 megawatts. Okay, not a huge amount of power. Okay, well the night is falling. It's going to get very, very dark and depressing quite soon, and we're going to have to then just, well, I suppose I might as well just grab a load of rail and spend some time building railways while it's dark. So what we're going to have over here, so water is going to drop in out of the sky, be melted in a chemical plant, and then put in over here, so we can deal with that. Oil is going to need to come in by train, so let's build an oil station. So we'll have a point here like that for a train to come into and out. I didn't pick up stations. Stations. Please tell me I remembered stations. I have this vague recollection of thinking about stations. It doesn't mean I did remember them, but I thought I did. I did remember the large tanks, that's convenient. No, I appear to have forgotten to bring stations with me. Damn it. What am I going to need to go out and find in order to get those then? Stuff. Fair amount of stuff, including steel and. Okay, I guess I'll be doing some sort of station finding expedition at some point in the future. However, there is a core mine just up here, so I can get that one to start, and I can start nicking some of the output from that to get myself up and running. And there's and I should have brought some nukes over because there's a pyramid on this planet as well. So let's get started by using some belts, and then we'll do it properly after that. The best kind of witchcraft, one that's somebody else's job to set up. So I need these to come down to this belt here. Oh, there's a railway line there. Who put that there?
That happy moment when I need to pick up like two things, or well, locomotives and cargo wagons, and I just go to the right chest and pick them up. So easy.
You really don't like bots, do you?
Who me? I've got nothing against them. I just... In the same way that you sit there saying, I don't like if this isn't 100% efficient, or like there's a single raw whatever being wasted, I prefer not to just dump everything into the logistics system and trust in the bots to do it right.
Okay.
In my experience, they don't. As I rephrase that, in my experience, they do things like they dump everything in a chest right on the opposite side of the factory and then sit there looking at you like, you what, mate? Why would it not be at the opposite side of the factory? Like, you know.
They are occasionally fairly stupid, and they're also and they're also occasionally very stupid. I will definitely agree with that. But usually they're such good labour-saving devices that I forgive them that. Where have you go? You got
Yeah, because I don't mind walking a little bit further or jetpacking a little bit further to, you know, pick them up.
Yeah, and I don't mind that part too much. I think it's the I don't think I could be bothered to go through and sort all of the inventory that I brought over with me, in order to make it easier to go over and grab the stuff out. When I could alternatively just set up a request in my a request and have the bots bring it to me.
Most probably part of that comes from the Minecraft side of things, where if you don't sort it out in any chests, then it just becomes more of a ball ache and you don't have bots.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, it could be your Minecraft side showing. That does make sense.
Yeah, so yeah, you get into the habit of organising everything neatly and efficiently so that you can just go and pick stuff up when you want it. And then once you're in the habit of that, you know, it's sort of a, why would I not do that anymore?
Yeah, fair enough. It's fair enough. It doesn't. Yeah, I don't actually mind. It's just something. It's just something that struck me as amusing to see you'd gone through and sorted everything over into the into its constituent elements, basically.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And if you weren't mocking me, I'd be asking if you were feeling okay.
Seems reasonable.
I'm on to the next bit now. I can mix sulfuric acid. I now have all the constituent parts for
lots
that.
of nonsense in order to make train stations, and that's quite annoying. I mean, it's entirely my fault because I forgot to pack any, but it's still annoying.
Would you like some good news?
Maybe.
We're not overflowing on coal or uranium from the core outputs.
Is this you? There's some stuff. There's some beacon overload happening on Norvis. So, are you telling us that we're overflowing on everything except coal in uranium?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, and the liquids I haven't looked at.
He's learning. He's putting things in a positive way. This genuinely.
The positive way to look at it is say we have loads and loads of iron and copper and
stone.
Yay! Loads of iron, copper, and stone.
This genuinely, and I think Marc will appreciate this one in particular. This very much reminds me of, again, a conversation I had at work today. I'm taking over a thing from someone. Fine, that's how it goes. And so I was having a chat with him, saying, okay, what's the situation? What's going on? Blah, blah, blah. You know, the usual boring conversations that you have. And he goes, don't worry, everything's going really well. Now is a great time to be taking this on. I was going, immediately I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Oh,
immediately sus.
Yeah, exactly. This is, yeah. Why are you running away and telling me it's a great time and I'm lucky? And he goes through the best news. He goes, the best news ever. Costs have never been lower. And I was like, the entire team.
At all.
Exactly. I was like, the entire team quit, didn't they? And he went, yep.
That's an excellent cost-saving measure.
Yeah. Costs have never been lower.
My company's been working on something along those lines.
I was just there going, like, I've got nothing against doing hard work and so on and all that, blah, 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 blah. But
you've just got something against people being hard work.
just be honest about it, guys. This is not a sort of high power winning situation here. This is things have gone wrong, and we're having a bit of a rotation of people and stuff.
Yes, but they're framing it in a positive way, which is what you were asking for.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a call on Wednesday afternoon where I get to give the monthly update to some very senior people who've been told how great the low costs are and things like that. And they have been told that I should go in and do nothing to change that view. I'm sat there going, when I walk in there, the very first thing I'm saying is, this is not a successful and healthy engagement. This is a problem case. I've been told that'll be rocking the boat as they're going, good. This boat should rock.
Rock!
Did you request a train of iron ore, Mark?
No.
Okay, because the iron ore was flowing.
If the boats are rocking, I mean flowing, don't come a blowing.
How do I say?
Yeah, I know. It's getting you to stop saying. It's the hard part.
Touche. I may have put that station at the wrong end of the thing, but it doesn't matter. Because I haven't said anything there yet, so I can just rename it.
The joy of realizing that your screw up hasn't become a problem yet.
Yep.
Emphasis on yet.
Exactly. Oh yeah, give it time.
Right, as opposed to my screw up where I completely forgot that you need to pulverize special core chunks before they become normal core chunks. How many of them are in here? Oh, it's only 2,000. Oh, my inventory's full. Why do I have so much? I know exactly why I have so much stone. Let's put it all in here because that's been proven to never be a problem before. Oh wait, you copy to all of these guys. I should have pasted that in sooner, but never mind.
We were talking about New Year's dues earlier,
Okay.
and I know that in the Discord I mentioned that I found out, New Year's Eve that I was supposed to be doing a quiz for the house party we had.
Oh yeah.
And so I did my my thing. I did, basically I was like, right, that's it. We're doing this my way. This is a troll quiz. So I had my round of obvious answers, like how long was the 100 Years' War? The answer is 116 years.
Spoilers.
Things like that. Oh yeah, spoilers. Anyway, I did my general knowledge round. I just seen Pete's comment, Mike, I've got nothing against hard work. That implies you actually do work. I'm a project manager, mate. Some of us are expected to keep track of the millions of pounds that cross our desk. So I did a general knowledge round, which is knowledge of generals. Who was the English commander at the Battle of Waterloo, that kind of thing.
Nice.
Yeah,
It's a very typical thing, isn't it?
I was really, really happy with this idea. I was really chuffed with myself. I thought, this is genuinely, it's great. And every single millions of pounds is rookie numbers.
Question wrong?
No, but I did about 10 questions in a round. After about question 6, one team just went. Question 8, the other team went. Yeah, question 8, the other team went. Hang on a minute. No, it's not. Because one of the questions was who was the 43rd? No, 34th? Whichever President Eisenhower. It's Dwight Eisenhower was the answer. General Dwight D. Eisenhower, whichever president number he was. And they put Gerald Ford or something like that. No, it can't be. He can't have done that because the answer's Ford. And like the one of them going, no, it's Mike. He has done that. Just trust me on this one. That even though we've counted it out, is the wrong answer. Just put Eisenhower and that'll be right. No.
So what you're trying to say is that they know what you're like. TM.
Yep. Oh yes, I was genuinely suitably happy about that. I really was very happy with the idea that my general knowledge question, general knowledge round, which is your knowledge of generals, stuck. And it got the dad joke groan from one team and complete confusion from the other team, which I think is a bonus point, frankly.
Are we not? Oh no, I think I'm not supposed to have the stone going in here. I'm sure in a previous design you could put the stone. The stone went in here in the input. Mark, am I going mad, or
Yes.
did the stone used to go in here as well?
Where are you? Talos?
Agnair.
I could just watch the stream. Give me a second.
You used to, I thought a previous design you could put the stone in here. It's clearly not working now,
Nope.
so I'm going to have to tidy this up. But...
No, you on your other screwed up version of it, you put a splitter there and moved it around to exactly
okay.
like that.
I'm going to have to put this on the bottom side. No, I'm not. I can't see. I mean, this seems like a useful thing to do, but...
Yeah, sure.
Right, splitter then. Did I pick up splitters? I did pick up splitters. Excellent. Let's cut that off for a moment. Oh, there's an electric pole in the way. Fine. Make me do it the hard way. Put that there. You are to be outputting stone to the left. Okay, so it was my modification. I was remembering my modification and assuming it was the original. Then that's where I was going wrong. Just try and pick up all the stone that's going to come through here. Is that all of it? I think that's all of it. Okay, how are we? What are we doing? Is the other half of that question. Oh, it's got jammed up with stone because of course it has. Because I just put a load in enormous quantities in. But no, actually that's fine. This belt can be jammed up with stone. That's acceptable. Whereas here is all the iron ore coming through gradually over here. Now that's okay. So that's all right. I'm going to need some iron, so let's take that. I'm going to need to put the stone back in here because I don't want the stone. Right, let's get back to trying to remember how to make train stops. Where are they? Here they are. So, bricks, iron, steel, and copper. So I need to get some copper out of these. Oh, there's some. Yoink. Yoink. And then bricks out of here. Yoink. Now I just need steel. If this one could hurry up and get some steel and some coke through. Oh, bugger. Need wood to get coke.
You should have greenhouses. Water.
Yeah, but water. And there's no other way to make steel, so I'm definitely going to need a supply of water coming in. Okay, well that is on my to-do list, but unfortunately I was hoping I'd be able to prevaricate a little bit more about that one.
Is that something worth cannoning in?
Sulfuric acid? Oh, hang on, I need water.
Well, I'm hoping.
No, not water. Steel.
Oh, steel.
Is it better to cannon in the water to make the steel, or the steel directly?
The way the system is currently set up, the intention is that you cannon in things a little bit further down the process. So I would be cannoning in low density structures and heat shield plates, but that's going to upset the careful balance elsewhere. And I'm going to need water for the vulcanite processing anyway. Let's see, to make a tree takes 800 water to make 20 wood. 20 wood becomes 20 coke. So 800 water becomes 20 coke. Which means 800 water becomes 30 something, just over 30 steel. A thing of barrels of water is going to be 1,000, isn't it? Is it 100 per barrel or 1,000 per barrel? Let me check. Why can I never find barreling stuff?
I think it's 100.
But Is it 100? That seems low. But then 1,000 seems high, and I'm pretty sure it's one or the other. Did I bring any assembly machines? Did I not bring any assembly machines? Oh, for goodness sake.
What do you want to barrel?
Next to the oil refineries, in the middle now. Or earlier.
Laurence?
Sorry, what's the question?
What do you want to barrel?
Ice.
Ice.
Sorry, no, no, it was the question. No, sorry, no, I'm going thinking myself in circles. I don't want to barrel anything. You're quite right. I want a delivery cannon in ice and turn it into water. So a delivery cannon full of ice is a huge amount of water. So I think that's probably going to be okay. The question is it better than steel or better than abandoning the steel plan? And I don't think it is.
I think water ice is 100. So one cryo with 100 water is 1 water ice. If that answers your question.
Sorry, so yeah, 200 water is 2 water. Yeah, okay. And you can fit 100 of that 100 ice into a delivery cannon probably. No, 200 water ice in a delivery cannon. So it's 20,000 ice per delivery cannon, which means it's going to be about 30. That's about 30,000 steel. Which so we're knock off a couple of 3,000. Yeah, it's still going to be better, I think, to send it by to send water over, especially as I'm going to need water elsewhere. So and it's going to be a lot less complicated to modify this. So yes, I think I would still like a well, I definitely still need a water delivery ice delivery system, and I shall use that for making the steel as well. Has this stopped? Why has this stopped? Have I run out of electricity? Oh no, I've overflowed on pyro. Oh damn it! I forgot I was going to have pyroflux in this one. That's annoying. Do that. I'm going to have to redesign all of this. Had I know I've been talking about ice a bit. Is that something that you're working on, Marc, or is it something that I mentioned it and you didn't realise I was talking to you?
What are you talking about?
That's what I wondered if that was the case. I'm going to need water ice shippable by delivery cannon in order to do stuff on Agnair, and I'd sort of forgotten to. I wasn't sure whether I'd asked for it or not, and it sounds like I probably hadn't. So I'm asking for it now.
But shouldn't that come from the ice planet directly?
We decided probably not, because that would mean all the hassle of producing acid on the ice planet, and that's probably more hassle.
You need acid for water ice?
Yes, to make the cryonite slushy.
Okay. Okay. Are we receiving the cryo stuff somewhere in a station?
Yes, up by Module City.
I don't think it's going into a station.
No, yeah, it's okay. I'll set something up. How urgent do you need?
Not that urgently, to be honest. There's going to be a lot more building I need to do before I can really use it. It's one of those things where it'd be nice to have it sooner, because then I can make sure stuff's working and I can build things in a slightly more sensible order. But it's not really. It's not necessary at all.
Yeah, I'm in the last steps of finishing the steel beaconing here. Steel and iron beaconing. So.
Yeah, I'd say get on with that then. Carry on with that rather. Fine. I might have removed slightly more of this than I actually needed to when I went in and cut out the middle, cut it all out to get rid of all the bits I didn't want. I wonder if I've remembered pipes, because none of them is. Yeah, there are pipes in there. It's just the bots are prioritising the decommissioning first before the recommissioning. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Oh no, I do need to rip all of that up. Okay, let's leave the bots getting on with that for now. So that is, at least once we have electricity again, that's going to start producing all of that. That's going to start doing all the processing we need. I'm going to be bringing out the liquid vulcanite, no, liquid pyroflux over here. Let's just bring this down.
Coronal mass ejection in Novus in 24 hours. That's forever away.
It is both forever away and our best defended planet.
Yeah, true.
So
apart from the fact we've been ridiculous on the other planets, and so they're all equally well defended.
True, yeah. So I think we're probably going to be okay over there.
Yeah, it's sad and disappointing, isn't it? It's going to be nothing to laugh at all.
We had that with the one on Kothar.
Nope.
Went over to watch the excitement and nothing happened.
Yeah, I watched it back a couple of days later. I was like, sucks to be you.
It used an entire % or 2 of your Steam battery.
Yeah, that was just poor design on my part. I should have not had anything
like as much.
The umbrella defense plugged into the. I don't want those.
Main network. I think is probably what the words you're trying to find, but I'm never sure with you.
No one's ever sure about me.
So if we leave this running for long enough, we might get enough water through to grow a couple of trees up here. Because at the moment we've got up to 57 out of the 800 we need. And this one's got up to 57 as well. Oh, but some of it's getting passed along here. And it's not. Oh, yeah, okay. We've got water passed along to all of the other machines as well. So we're not prioritising it quite as neatly as I was hoping. But we might be able to get some coke out of here at some point. We shall see. And if not, it can wait. So there's going to be a while until I'm actually able to build any stations to go on my train network. But I have a train network, a vague idea of a train network nonetheless. Let's also put one of those big tanks that I've got on the whatchamacallit system, on the pyroflux system. So we've got somewhere to store it. Big tank, big tank, big tank, big tank. Where are the big tanks? Yeah, those ones. Oh, never mind, found it that way. That'll do. So stick that in there. There we go. Right, that's somewhere to just dump the pyroflux while the system is running, and for now, until this will work happily until this warehouse is completely full. But I'm okay with that. So we're also going to need a drop-off station for the core chunks. So I'll put that in. Why did I rotate that track when I wanted to go from vertical to vertical? Put it over there like that, and then up there like a little bit further, and then up like that. Yes, do put that in, and put that in as well. Right, so we'll have the unloading of the core chunks here. How many? How many? Let's see. So the locomotive is going to be there. So we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 4 is a good size for my core chunk trains, so I don't need that one. That's the locomotive. What are you guys fussing about? Oh, is the yellow chest full? Let's put down another one then. Okay. So we have an unloading system here, and then across the top of here we're going to have some unloaders from this. Boom, 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 boom. And then four becomes 1.
Okay, iron and steel are flowing again.
Awesome. Specifically because that'll be drawing on the other end.
Yeah. Right, there we go. That's going to be my unloading system. Oh,
I don't like that there's a train going to an iron mine at the moment.
That goes across there like that. I don't know why I'm building a station from first principles rather than just, you know, putting in one of the blueprints that I'm sure we've got. But there's...
I don't think we've got any blueprints. I think we're completely devoid of a blueprint book.
I think
I'm trying to work out whether Tristan is quiet because he's counting to 10 before he shouts.
I sighed, but it may have been cut off.
Also, this is a different size station from all the ones we've probably got elsewhere, so...
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough.
There we go, let's release all my bots so they can actually do useful things.
For the sake of it being just simpler to work with, I have genuinely just used the same 1212 train design as we've got a Novice on Kothar.
Okay. That's
just easier.
Probably sensible, to be honest. I haven't.
Right.
Marc, I'm
Yes.
upgrading to a third, what's name train? Priority iron
oil.
train.
1.8
okay.
million, nice.
Because they can't quite get round the
1.7
loop fast enough.
Yeah, got you.
Let's go down here for this station, I think. This oil patch, because there's more oil between the two of them, and they're quite close together, and they're closer to the base area. So I think if I run, yeah, I'll have a train railway system going over this way and then coming down here. Let's this time I will actually use the blueprints, because the rail blueprints are quite nice, and they do all the sort of the basically this, which is what I want at the moment. So from down here.
Hey, at least you'll never need landfill.
That's true. Oh, there's a core chunk in core fragment debris in the way there. I could undo all of that and move it across a little bit, like that. So let's try and avoid that possible drilling place. Now am I going to run? Okay, no, I'm just going to miss the Imersite mine here, so that this is probably all right. No doubt it's going to run straight into the oil patch. No, it's not actually. It's just missed the oil as well. So good. That's a nice place to put it. I'm pretty sure. I can't even see the oil. Okay, yeah, there's those two outside, but there's none any further out. Good. So that's my that's the railway going down to the oil area, and then over here I'll bring it across this way a little bit as well. And then from here, shenanigans shall be afoot, because it's this is where we're linking into something that's not perfectly on the grid because it's stations and whatnot. This is where it'd be nice to have file, but never mind, you can't have everything. What? Like that, there we go. Howdy, Chloe, and blueprint, shoeprint, fingerprint. Oh yes, the umbrella turned blue. It was very, very exciting. Right, so now that's done, I suppose at this point it's fly around, letting the bots do their botty things like this, and just build up the railway lines. Then, before I go, I should take some it's oil pump jacks with me. Did I put the logistics bots in the system? I don't think I did. No, I didn't. There they are.
Tristan, why is this station there? Got to train them at 0 when it should train them at like 4.
What?
Yeah, can't work it out.
This is a sort of it's a thing. It's a slight problem. I'm not going to say problem, because I don't want to imply that people watching my stream is a problem, because it certainly isn't. But because I'm streaming to both Twitch and YouTube, yes, I tend to get a split of people on each service. The thing is, some people really much prefer Twitch. Some people much prefer YouTube. So I don't really want to force people to watch through one service or the other. So that kind of means that unfortunately it splits the conversation. So when people are talking about whatever is going on, whatever I'm getting up to, they're talking in two different places. So I do try and I try to, when I'm replying to comments, I try to at least put in enough context that if you're watching on the other service system, then you can tell what I'm talking about, even if you didn't see the question yourself. Yeah, I mean, it would be nice if there was some sort of unified chat system. So Twitch at least is basically an IRC server on the back end. So I think we have a bot system that essentially can watch it and then can do whatever we want with the messages, like repost them on the Discord, things like that. YouTube isn't quite so friendly, unfortunately. So one thing you could possibly do if you wanted, and I believe the bot is up and working because I've seen some alerts from it. Is to watch on YouTube, but be connected, but be on the Discord server as well, watching the oh no, it's not actually a public channel.
Not a public channel.
We could make it a public channel, and then you could do that. You could watch on both, but that seems like a waste of bandwidth, if I'm being honest. I mean, I know I should encourage it because it means I get twice the views and so on, but it's kind of a silly thing to encourage. So I'm not going to actually seriously suggest that's the workaround for it. Yeah, it's unfortunately there isn't really a nice way to do both, and I want to do, but I want to be streaming to both because, well, I tend to get, it's about 2/3. I think my viewership is about 2/3 YouTube, but that means there's still a third on Twitch, and yeah, I don't want to alienate them. I want everyone to be able to watch on whichever strict platform is the platform of their choice, because as I say, I know some people prefer Twitch, some people prefer YouTube. I don't want to force people to use a system they don't like as much. Just link that in like that.
I run out of medium power poles.
Tristan?
I've run out of medium power poles.
Copper drop off in the battery that's your system, I think, isn't really balanced, I think.
So YouTube has a sort of API which you can use to extract certain pieces of information from it. However, it's very, very, I believe, I haven't actually looked into this myself, but one of my mods, admins, whatever, have, and it's sort of it has a system where I think you can only do so many requests per time unit.
That's imbalanced.
And so eventually you use up, or if you keep checking to see if there are any messages for you, you use up all of your pings for the day, and then it just doesn't work. So not really.
Yeah, running a check every 5 seconds, I think it used them up in a few hours. So typical stream length, or shorter than typical stream length, which basically means it's impractical.
Yeah, the Twitch API will basically give you everything you want. YouTube is, as you say, somewhat unhelpful, but most of my viewers are on YouTube because I started off as a YouTube channel rather than as a Twitch channel. So that's the one that's sort of more popular. Why are none of these working? Because it's why can't I copy the rotation? Yeah, I started off as a YouTube channel, so I'm much bigger on YouTube than I am on Twitch. I started streaming on Twitch as well because there seemed to be demand for, or at least request for it. So it seemed like a good idea, but then there are slight downsides to it as well. So, you know, it's yeah, it's hard to know what I should in inverted commas be doing.
Do we reckon we need the cryonite on the Norvis train system?
Not currently, I think.
I thought there was cryonite in the Norvis train system. Let me have a look.
I don't think there is. There is cryonite being sent to Norvis, but I don't believe it's been put onto the trains.
I sent it to you.
Correct.
And
there would be the logical place for it, but I didn't actually put it on a train system. So adding a train there just looks like the logical space to do it.
If we want it on the train system.
Oh, if you want it on the train network.
Alternatively, I suspect Marc is considering building there.
No, that's reserved by Mike for module expansion, as I believe.
I mean, I wasn't expecting to really expand this, but yeah, I'm happy to.
Okay.
I like the way that I spent, I think it was a stream and a half building up the modular city, and it's fundamentally unable to do anything. Because the tier 3 modules, actually, in fairness, the efficiency modules are great. They can produce till the cows come home.
Because they only require really cheap stuff, isn't it?
Well, it's because they have a bountiful supply of cryonite. The tier 3 productivity modules require a bountiful supply of vulcanite.
Working on it.
Exactly.
That is literally what I'm up to at the moment.
And then the speed modules need imersite crystals.
Oh yeah, we're never going to get enough of those.
Not with that attitude, not. So again, it's one of these ones where it's there and it will be useful in the future.
Yeah.
And that's okay.
It's 189 out of the 800 needed to get some wood. Never mind.
Where can I start tearing out some power poles that I don't actually need?
Okay, so you need to be an enterprise level YouTuber before you get proper API access to the YouTube shenaniganery. Okay, well, that's I guess not me, unfortunately. What can you do?
Few weeks off.
Yeah, just a few. Ooh, let's take some more of those big tanks and some pumps with me. Pump. I know I brought some because they just got put down there. Oh, we've got 2. Oh, how have I got so few pumps? That's a weird number of pumps.
Did you take a stack and 2 and lose a stack on the way?
I've got a total. No, I've got a total of 6 pumps.
Or a stack and 6 then?
Maybe I can't remember. I loaded this rocket last week. I have no idea what I did. Where's this oil patch? Oil is really... Oh, there it is. Oil is really hard to see on this planet. So all of them? Yes, it is. Now, of course, once you get the... once you've found the oil and got your... what do you call them out, then it's really easy to spot because they all glow green. But until then...
You can get that out without
I know,
finding one.
But I'd forgotten it was a thing until I'd done it. They kind of blend into the background themselves. I didn't bring any pipes down. They kind of blend into the background themselves as well, which is quite bizarre. It's just everything is really dark, so it's quite hard to see the what do you call them? It's the pump jacks. I wonder how large a YouTuber you have to be for it to be worth buying paid enterprise Google Cloud shenaniganery. I wonder if any of them have.
I suspect a lot probably have. On the grounds that if you want to, go big, and you've got several thousand subscribers, or the point you're dealing in big numbers, then you've got to be able to do more fancy integrations and more complicated stuff.
Yeah, that's sort of
just
what I was
the
thinking.
expectation side.
If you're streaming on YouTube and you have 10,000 people watching, you're probably making enough that it isn't significantly expensive to add that extra thing in.
Yeah, I mean, as with all these things, I think it's a bit of a catch-22. If you don't have it, then you're capped on being able to make more money. Whereas if you do, once you get it, then you can make a lot more off it. So you got to stump up the expense before you can.
Oh, so you think that? Do you reckon? So you think just sort of the simple what's name of having the paid Google system is going to produce more money?
It's the tool set that allows you to more eat. So my wife is self-employed and is currently spinning up a business that, I mean, in fairness, she did briefly enter talks into selling it for it was approaching a 7-figure sum of cash, but decided that it wasn't quite the right time and she wanted to do more with it before she sold it on. So I've been talking to her about this quite a lot. It boils down to, as a small individual or a sole trader, there's a certain amount you can do.
You'll get in trouble referring to your wife as a small individual.
She's only like 4'11". It's fine. As a sole trader, there is a lot you can do, but there's also a lot of tools you don't have that you need. Isn't quite the right word, but if you use those tools, you have so much more advantage. And I think a lot of that translates over into content creation. From what I've seen from looking at large and small YouTubers and Twitch streamers, just generally content creators round and about, they come in 2 flavors. One is they've made it big from hitting a niche, and the other is they've effectively formed a band and syndicated together, to share the costs of the extra tools. But that gives you a whole lot of extra capacity to do fancy things like integrate. So I know in Minecraft that you can integrate a bunch of stuff to allow you to set up things where you invite your subscribers and members from Twitch and YouTube to join you for a period of time to do a thing. Or you can link it through to a merch shop. Or
I was thinking things like there'd be better tools for, I don't know, controlling chat and spam and that sort of thing, or managing the channel. But that sort of is a slightly different level of the sort of thing I was thinking of.
Yeah. Or you can then take it down the modded route where so there's one YouTuber I know who in GTA 5 has custom mods running. I don't know if it's 5M or not, but he has custom mods running that integrate with, I can't remember if it's Twitch or YouTube, I'll be honest.
A lot of people there's a lot of people doing it with Twitch already. I mean, there are Factorio players who have things like whenever somebody donates it, I don't know, either causes biters or it causes resources to appear in their system, or whichever way around, whether they're being helpful or unhelpful towards it, I'm not sure, but that sort of thing.
Well, yeah, if you donate 50 bits, then it's positive, and 51 bits is negative, or something like that, and you can set rewards in there, and that incentivizes interactions.
Mm-hmm.
And that means that the viewer gets to say, I think this particular addition to the content could be hilarious. I will stump out however much cash 50 bits is.
Yeah.
Which I can't remember off the top of my head. It's not vast amounts, but it's not nothing.
Yeah, I have a feeling bits and cents are on a sort of similar order of magnitude, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Twitch integrations are generally free, or at least they can be added freely added if you have them. I haven't to be honest, I haven't actually looked that hard to try and find them, because again, with my focus being more on YouTube than it is on Twitch. I've not wanted to implement something too much stuff where if you're watching on YouTube, suddenly things happen and I go, oh, that's because somebody on Twitch did a thing. I'm sorry, you can't do that. You need to go and watch on Twitch.
And that's fair enough, because you're in a situation. What you're doing, I think, is genuinely, and this is going to sound disgusting, and I do apologise. I think you're doing the noble thing. I do apologise. I'll go and wash my mouth out with soap.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
You're trying to.
I could be trying to. I could be trying to sort of drag money out of my viewers a lot more than I do.
I actually meant it the other way around, in that you could be saying, no, I am on X channel.
Oh, I see.
Yes, take it back, Mike, says Pete. Johan, 100 bits are about €1.50, says Johan.
Oh, okay.
Which,
so
it sounds about right. So it's
magnitude, but it's like a bit is slightly more than a cent. Okay.
So it's kind of comparable, but not.
Oh.
But yeah, what you are doing is saying you want people to be able to consume your content in whatever way they want to.
Rather than saying, hey, if you want to see my stuff, you need to get on such and such a service.
On this platform, yeah. Although I wouldn't necessarily. So the way I would think about that isn't quite the same as you. I don't think I'd be saying, well, I mean, forget for a second the thing where both platforms have exclusivity things once you start to monetize. Just putting that on one side.
Does, off the top of my head. I'm not certain, but I don't think it does.
Fair enough, but putting it on one side for a second either way.
Yeah.
If you are viewing on two platforms, or streaming to two platforms rather, it means that, as you've observed, something can happen on one, and half the audience can't see it.
Yeah, and also possibly more of a downside is that it splits the audience between people, and therefore neither channel thinks I'm quite as popular as I actually am, or neither system, and therefore probably don't advertise it as heavily. Which
then artificially caps your potential growth and so on. So there's that sort of feedback loop there. Whereas if and it's one of these ones where if everybody behaves in a particular way, then, but people don't behave in a particular way. But if everyone behaves in the same way, whereby they all go to the same platform, which is what the platform owners want, because then they get view share, which means they get ad revenue, which means they can. Blah, blah, blah. But if that happens, then you've got maybe it's only 85% of the viewers at this point in time, but they're all in one place, and the platform goes, ooh.
Yeah,
I think you've got double what you'd otherwise have had.
Yeah, and at the moment, there's 2.5 times as many on YouTube as there are on Twitch. So it could be sort of potentially useful to push everyone over to YouTube because that's currently the bigger one. But then, in a way, I feel that Twitch is the better platform for this sort of thing. In a way,
you then have.
It's kind of
So
hard
again,
to
this is
decide.
one of the things that the wife deals with. Her sort of business area is how do publishing companies make money out of their things like news services that everyone now believes should just be free.
Yes.
Which is a genuinely interesting, if not slightly terrifying, thing. But you end up with things like, so you've got Ko-fi. I know you have a Ko-fi account.
Yes.
Shameless plug for Laurence's Ko-fi account.
Yes, if you want to be a supporter, that's a good way to donate. I am probably going to be setting up an actual direct PayPal one at some point fairly soon. Actually, easier for more people have PayPal than have Ko-fi or Ko-fi.
And that's the interesting thing. It's actually I don't know about the other way around, but Ko-fi is an incredibly powerful tool for people not in gaming.
Oh, right.
It's really, really good for publishers.
Okay.
Because the average person who's apparently sort of big into marketing and publishing and advertising kind of thing, they're so much more likely, if they're listening to podcasts about that, to have a Ko-fi account or Ko-fi account, coffee account, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, the biggest problem with that is nobody seems to be quite sure how to pronounce the company's name.
For us, yes, but we're not in that industry.
Whereas, yeah, but I mean, the thing is, because I've only ever seen it written down, it's obviously meant to be a pun on coffee because the whole point is you're tipping me enough to buy me a coffee.
Yeah.
But then it's clearly spelt Ko-fi, as in hi-fi or lots of other things.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit silly, but yeah.
Whereas you remember the award ceremony, the Publisher Podcast, no, what was it?
Yeah, Publisher
Podcast Awards, that was it. My award, shameless plugs, next one coming up in April. There's almost certainly zero overlap between your audience and her target market. But anyway.
Very likely.
Yep. I was talking to a couple of very nice people, which surprised me. But no, joking aside, I was sitting there saying, well, I'm here to support my wife. I'll do my bit. I'll see if I can help out by heads up by just seeing if I can find her any business leads. So I was talking to one girl who was doing business development for her publishing firm, and I say, well, what is it you're looking to get out of an investment? And we were having a chat, and anyway, she came back. I was saying, have you not considered doing, live streaming your podcast reporting on Twitch? And she went, what's Twitch?
Oh, blimey. I was kind of ignorant when I said that. But yeah.
Twitch.tv, sort of explained. She goes, oh no, I have heard of that. Isn't that for nerds? And I was there going,
well, you're not wrong.
Yeah, but it's quite a popular platform. And
nerds have money too.
Yeah, she was genuinely, absolutely laser-like focused down on, really, really hard focused on her industry and her area. She wasn't particularly bothered about stuff outside that. Fine, yes. She's perfectly entitled to be wrong. But joking aside, she was completely and utterly focused on that.
And never heard of Twitch, or basically hadn't heard of Twitch. Yeah,
it was outside her area of expertise, and so on. So why would she?
And Twitch is, as far as I'm aware, Twitch is basically gamers. Yes, there are a few other things like there's the just chatting section, and I think there's occasional hot tub streams which are just sort of, I don't know. I think it's basically that's OnlyFans for people who don't want OnlyFans to show up on their credit card statement or something, as far as I can tell. But yeah, Twitch is very much focused on gaming, even if it isn't necessarily 100% that. So I can see why people outside the gaming community would possibly think of something else. Now maybe that's where YouTube would go. So a lot of the I'm also a bit of a space nerd as well as a Factorio nerd. So I've watched a certain amount of the live streams for rocket launches and things like that, and they all tend to be on YouTube in my experience. So you've got Everyday Astronaut, SpaceX themselves do there. There's loads of NASA TV and lots of other NASA-y related ones. They're all on YouTube. I don't know if they are on Twitch, but if they are on Twitch, they're not as big on Twitch. So so I think that's depending on the industry. If you're doing gaming, then Twitch is the big one. If you're doing something else, then probably YouTube is the big name that literally everybody has heard of.
Yeah, exactly, Hinterbrain. It's a different demographic for these different systems, which is kind of exactly what I was saying in a bad way.
Yeah, Pete is asking for a Laurence Plays hot tub stream.
If you, like me, have seen Laurence wearing nothing but his boxers, I promise you do not want a Laurence Plays Hot Tub stream.
I'm not disputing this. I'm just trying to think when.
I'm not disputing this. I'm just trying to schedule. So, Marc, when's your next holiday?
Well?
No, thank you.
Well, in fairness, there's got to be at least one good-looking chap turning up, and it's not going to be me, Marc, or not me, Marc. So me, Laurence, or in fairness, we've also banned Tristan from going camera because he is good-looking.
Yeah, that's why you never see him.
Yep.
Right, what am I doing? Oh yes, vulcanite processing. I remember.
I can't help but sense this is taking something of a turn.
Yeah, it seems to have gone from Factorio to general business of trying to do things on the internet, or at least trying to do video on the internet, and then moved on to Mike trying to spot me in my underwear. So, yeah.
Trying to, it just sort of happened one day. I mean, in fairness, I was staying around your place and had to leave early. I think you were nipping for a shower or something.
Okay, that's possible.
I was just thinking you were misunderstanding how Manhunt works.
Oh no.
Yeah, so about that, as Johan says, so about that vulcanite. Yes, it sounds like an excellent idea. Let's start thinking about vulcanite. So I've got plenty of space over here. Let's start. If I start a little bit lower down, like about here, then there's room to run lots more belts of vulcanite over the top when I realise I don't have enough room for sufficient throughput. So let's put in a few of these pulverizers here like this. We'll run an input belt in across the top, and I think vulcanite crushing just. Yeah, this one doesn't take any other weird inputs. No, it just has a few slightly weird outputs. We're going to carry on doing this with the. Let's carry on doing this with the warehouse of everything on the other side like this. So we'll have that come out here, like this. Pour into the warehouse. That's fine. And then I'm trying to remember how Tristan's design worked that was in the flavors video a little while ago, because we all thought that was the best design, including me. I'm not excluding myself from this. So let's see, what was it? So we had what do you even use to process vulcanite for the next step of vulcanite? It's been so long since I've done this. Vulcanite enriched. Oh, it's done in a centrifuge. Of course it is. So we put down a centrifuge.
You have put a warehouse there, which I don't think I had.
Did you not? Were you one of the warehouse disbelievers? You may well have been. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, never mind. I'm putting in a warehouse. So let's see.
That might be a bit close to the top.
It might be. I can copy and paste the whole thing and move it all down when I realise it's not going to fit. That's fine. I'm kind of okay with that. Out and in, and same on the other side. Out and in.
Upside Down Fox has a good question. Will there be community submissions for one of the flavors videos?
That's a good question. I think. Maybe. I don't know. I'm trying to think what the best way to do this would be. Can I say definitely maybe? Because I suppose I could. The obvious answer is to say no. These are things that we do as a channel. Well, as the sort of the admins isn't quite the right word, but you know what I mean. But then why not have it as, say, I don't know, a supporter thing? But is that really a supporter perk? I don't know. But also, it's how would I do it? How would I organise it all as well? Is the other question.
Kotha?
Yep, it's mine. Another exploratory thing. I need to put a wall around that, as well as lasers.
That's all fine, except there's nowhere to put the sulfur in, which is not actually all that fine, to be honest. So we need to move this bit up one like that, and get rid of. No, up two. Okay, I'll move this bit down. Like that. Then we go underground. Going underground. Like that. Then we can have the belt go through the middle here with the sulfur on it. I don't think you need all that much sulfur compared to other stuff. So we'll put the we'll just use a long inserter like that. Then down here we have output input splitter like that, and this splitter takes the excitable vulcanite, which is that one. The other side, please. There we go. And then anything else can just go out this way and back up here into the chest. And then we have
thinking about it.
Not my design.
The
No.
Problematically so.
He's taken the worst parts of everyone's design and put them together. I like it. Carry on.
Have I?
No, it's good. It's good. Keep doing it. Thinking about it, this has given me an idea that you could do a supporters submissions to the various flavors of Factorio video as an additional one.
Yeah, that was the other part of my train of thought that I didn't quite get around to.
And I honestly think that could work.
This isn't going to work without manual without manual kickstarting, because there's not. No,
because you've done it really weirdly.
Yeah, I have. I accept that I've done it very strangely. Are you surprised that I forgot the details of how yours worked when it was several weeks ago that I looked at it?
So everything should be going left to right. You don't have feedback to the. It's not there's no global feedback. The output loaders output only the top outputs. Dull,
yeah, I haven't put the filters on the loaders yet. That part I had remembered.
Okay. You don't have filters on the splitters. You have priorities that I can't currently remember.
So you need to get rid of the sand somehow as well, which I've not done.
Yeah.
So that'd be the filters here, and then we'd have another belt like this across the bottom. Okay.
I think I had
like
the red inserter have an output. If you have the red inserter be a white inserter loading onto a mirror image of it, but a white inserter loading onto a belt going down and then to the right.
Yeah.
I can get rid of the sand. And the stone from the warehouse can go in on that as well.
Sorry, stone? Oh, to go out of the warehouse, you mean? No, what?
Yeah.
Right, yeah, okay. So that one's going to be getting rid of sand from this stage, isn't it? Sand.
Oh, yeah, you could set everything back there. That works too.
These need to be filtered to... so this is the... No, not that one. This is a crushed vulcanite going out the top, and the spicy vulcanite going out the bottom. Yeah. Oh, and I need a piece of belt there. So, I mean, to be honest, that is basically... it wasn't that far off your design. I just hadn't put in the output.
That's reasonably close.
From what I was trying to loop back the... Yeah, I hadn't put in a way of getting the spicy vulcanite into the system in the first place.
Oh, I think I had instead of the red inserter, I think I might have had it. No, I'm trying to remember because I thought I only had.
You might have had the belts looping down and back up again.
I had power poles in that gap at the bottom, above the splitter.
That one. It's like that.
Stream delay.
That.
Yes.
And then one over here at the beginning to
I didn't need one at the top. I don't know why. Possibly I had... I can't see how I'd have got a loader in there.
No. Never mind. I mean, to be honest, it doesn't have to be exactly your design. I was just trying to come up with... I just come up with something reasonably similar.
I probably had the sulfur above it and...
oh, and you had...
so one underground for that, rather than the two undergrounds for the other ones.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Doesn't really matter. It puts less crushed on the belt, but doesn't.
It's only one sulfur for every 10 seconds, and I think a long-handled inserter can do that. Okay.
Yeah, the saving is the power poles, which I don't think you care about.
Not very much, no. Oh no! I forgot dragging blueprints didn't work.
Which planet are you on?
Agnair.
Yeah, you are not sending your request for water ice yet?
No, that's true. I'm not.
Do you have a receiver chest?
I do have a receiver chest. It is where I am standing. This one. There is currently a powered crisis over here, though. Transmitter. Signal transmitter. Doomp.
Let's just hope I hit the chest and not you.
That would be appreciated. Although you shouldn't be sending anything at the moment because I haven't actually put in the request.
Let's hope you hit Laurence. That's more entertaining.
So this is
He's close enough that might damage the machines.
Yeah, that's why I didn't shoot any delivery cannon capsules at Mike when he was standing in the middle of his smelting array.
It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Come on, bots, stop being busy. Oh. I may have forgotten to bring transmitters and a signal transmitter. How expensive? How difficult are those to make? Oh, there's been some chat. Oh dear.
Probably fairly.
Yeah, I think yes. Having some way of doing the allowing people. Oh, very expensive. Bloody heck. Yeah, I'll bring that out in another rocket, I think. Yes, having a ways for people to provide other designs would be quite nice. Maybe as a sequel video, as we were saying. I can't look at Discord at the moment, Johan. I'm streaming. Yeah, well, I don't know. I find usually in Factorio you get to a point where most things technically they might be expensive in inverted commas, but they're not actually. You get to the point where you don't really care about the costs of most normal buildings and things. So I can't say exactly how expensive the mini loaders are because I've not played with them, but normally you get to the point where everything is basically you don't really care about the cost of just normal buildings and things because they're all fairly standard.
Johan posted a screenshot of the design.
Okay.
The relevant parts are input priority from the warehouse for the shiny, but from the centrifuge for the crushed.
Laurence, you got a test delivery.
Cool, thank you.
So actually, input priority right for all of them.
Yes. We need to filter here, so this one needs to be.
No, you don't filter.
Shiny.
Don't filter.
No, this needs to be filtered. The loaders coming out of the warehouse need to be filtered.
Yeah.
And that crushed.
I noticed some backwards belts, by the way. On the bottom row.
Oh yeah. Oops. Hooray! Ice. Very ice. Ice into water. That one. Bloop. Right, now I can have some trees, which means I can have some steel, which means I can have some stations. That's a good start. Oh, wall defense line has a connection. So, okay, so you've got. Oh, invert the side the train goes on. Oh dear, that sounds painful. So Sophie has developed a system where for swapping trains from one side of the rail to the other. I ended up doing that in my Angel Bob's run, and it looked unfortunately like a swastika. I was felt slightly every time I saw it, I felt slightly bad. Missing pipe from crushing cause for pyroflux. No, I'm not. Oh, sorry. Yes, I am. Yes, there's a piece of pipe missing up there. That's that one. Yes. Sorry. Yep. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, the chat QA department is very, very useful. Why are we prioritising the input? Because I'm trying to remember why. There was a reason for it, and I've forgotten what it is. But yeah, there's a reason why you want to pull it in from here. I think it's to encourage these machines to start working.
It's
if
to
the
prevent a
entire
backup.
thing backs up because you've produced plenty of everything, then it can block up due to lack of crushed. If it's only taken from the centrifuges.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Whereas this way, it gets passed around again, eventually.
Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Oh, hang on, I need more pulverizers. Be right back.
Are you about to produce some iridium? Or the next stage of iridium?
Yes. And by next stage, I think you mean first stage?
You're about to crush some iridium.
Yeah!
Woo!
Exciting.
I can get the core chunks out the ground, but even crushing the core chunks needs sulfuric acid. And I was just there going, ugh. This is basically my last week's headache.
How does it do this?
It makes complete sense, but also I can see how frustrating it is.
It completely agree.
Oh, thanks
Much sense is
thanks for the
made.
subscription, Luna. Much appreciated. There seems to be a bit of a running theme of having foxes in this channel, I'm noticing. We've got an upside-down one, now we have an Arctic moon one. Yes. Is there some sort of overlap between Factorio and foxes that I was not previously aware of?
You mean you didn't know about Factorio foxes?
Apparently not.
Laurence! This
I'm
is like
sorry.
the whole discovering that the victory screen in vanilla is triggered by launching a rocket all over again.
Thing is, I know I have launched just a rocket very early on in my playthrough when I didn't know better. So I must have seen that. I just forgot.
Last week? So you said when you didn't know better, and I got confused. Bonus point of hearing you sigh and so on is I then get to watch stream with a bit of stream delay and see the reaction a few seconds later.
Probably just a bit of eye rolling, I suspect. You're very welcome. I'm glad you're enjoying the series. Does seem to be a running theme, doesn't it?
Great. I need more air purifiers. Oh no. Right. What's after? I was after pulverizers. That's what's after. Oh, has that happened yet on Novus? It has. Yeah.
Nice on a
Spiky
general
walls. Nah.
Shout, and shout again.
I discovered not that long ago, by not long ago, it's like 2 years ago, 3 years ago now, there are people who think that Blackadder, as in the General Melchett, which was it, not goes forth.
It was goes forth.
Oh, he goes forth.
General Melchett was. Lord Melchett appeared in Series 2 as well.
Yeah, it's the First World War Blackadder series is historically accurate.
I mean,
and I sat there going, like, there's.
It's based on a true story.
I mean, in that there was a war which was called the First World War, and some of the uniforms look pretty similar to that.
And
yes.
I think the attitude towards the safety of the troops, shall we say, is exaggerated for comic effect. Yes, but is not as. I mean, trench warfare is a sort of a. You're asking people to climb out of trenches and walk slowly towards people carrying machine guns. It's not going to go well for anyone, is it? Or at least
yeah. Without sort of devolving into the longer debate about what parts were, how dangerous is a machine gun, or how a machine gun's used in that scenario, and so on and so forth.
Well, 12 million people died. Let's just say it was fairly dangerous.
It was a very, very bloody 4 years. Absolutely. Yes, area denial weapons tended not to be the prime culprits for killing things, but as I say, not getting sort of sidetracked into that level of detail. I mean, the walk forwards very slowly happened, I think, on 1 day across 4 years. But yes, there was post Second World War a sudden, really, really, really. Did I just launch a rocket at? Oh no, there it is. Whew. There's a a very, very strong shift in reaction, public perception of how things were done and so on, and the feeling goes very, very antagonistic towards it. Whether rightly or wrongly is not for me to say.
Yeah, and as I say,
well,
I'm not saying that it was the only it was the only thing they could have done. Sorry, there was an obvious thing they should have been doing differently, because and that's not necessarily something I can say with my level of knowledge and experience. But I am suggesting that there was an enormous amount of sort of throwing away of people, should we say?
Yeah, you do end up with the concept of total war coming back out again in force, where it's about, there was at least one army involved in the entirety of the First World War that explicitly stated that their strategy was to bleed the other side dry. I.e., keep killing their men until they haven't got any more men to send to the front lines, and that way we will force a surrender. The idea that your warfare isn't about marching on the enemy's capital and forcing you to surrender. It's about just kill and kill and kill and kill and kill. And so the actual territorial gains are suddenly less important. And you go, whoa, hang on, that's grim.
I think Zach Brannigan had something to say about that.
Yes. She'll send wave after wave of my own men at them. Anyway, we diverse.
So Pete is pointing out that our topics are insufficiently light-hearted. Which mode am I on here?
Yep.
People come along here for a good time, not for discussions of warfare.
Yeah. In other news, I can't help but notice that the biters are getting a bit uppity. I mean, I know that there's not that many things there, but that's going to need killing sooner rather than later.
You do remember that we have nuclear weapons now?
I have remembered it. I haven't remembered it at the right time to actually pick any up yet. But I shall certainly be using them fairly soon. Right, let's try and make those. So this requires water and petroleum gas as an input and produces steam as an output. Okay, that's easy enough. So I'm going to put water in there like that. We're going to have the two types of iridium coming down here on a belt. I might as well join these onto the same one. I also need to put a brakes on the output there, because we've got more coming out than we have available. So like that. So we don't get any more of the brights coming out, because well, let's just grab that and chuck it in the air. What do we call them? It's these things. There we go. What else are you waiting? Oh, you're waiting for sulfur. Okay, I need to get that up and running.
I'm now manufacturing processed fuel on site.
Woo.
Mazda have been teasing about relaunching the rotary engines for a very, very long time. I will believe it when I see it, especially if they announce it at the beginning of April, because it's something that, yes, lots and lots of people sort of kind of want. But having had a car with a rotary engine, I can tell you that whilst they are an enormous amount of fun, they have a few practical issues. Now that said, if you did, what they've usually been talking about is using it as a range extender for a hybrid vehicle or something like that, and that is a much more sensible place to be using a rotary engine, because they are actually relatively efficient if you use them at peak power output. The problem is if you put them in a car like an RX-7, RX-8, you're not using it at peak power output most of the time. You're using it for driving around town, and it's absolutely terrible when it comes to fuel economy. But yeah, they've been teasing about it for approximately forever, and by teasing about it, I usually mean just getting patents, so of sort of slight tweaks they've done to the technology. So yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. And even if they do, it probably won't be quite as glorious as an RX-7 or RX-8. Okay, so as a range extender, yeah, okay. MX stands for Mazda Experimental, RX is for Rotary, or possibly Rotary Experimental. So yeah, it probably should be an RX-30 for the if you're going to put a Rotary in it. What I suspect has happened is that somebody other than the people who understand where the naming conventions come from has been naming the cars, so it's just wrong. But that's because I'm a cynic. Ooh,
I saw them in more logistic spots and I now can't find them. Where are they?
Does it matter?
Well, if they're sat in a chest somewhere, yes.
They are.
Oh, true. If you left them in a chest, then yes, that's a problem.
Oh, in your place. Okay.
Yeah. If they've arrived in so they arrived in a rocket, which obviously they're kind of in a chest. Yeah, they're in chests. Right. Where are they being brought from? What? Where did you come from?
Well, when
Have
a
I done
mummy
something
bot and a
clever?
daddy bot love each other very much.
Right. Let's. Where are you going to take him? Let's watch.
I'm glad you can walk over pipes.
You're going to give him straight back to me, stupid bots.
Are you requesting bots? Are you requesting them? Is that why they're bringing them back to you? Have you told? Are
Yeah.
they doing literally
Haha,
what
no,
you told them to do?
I have done a clever. I have got a specific chest just tucked off to the side slightly, which has got the logistics bots in them, inserting into a roboport. I've done a clever. I know, I was suspicious as well. But that means I can then. The point is that when that roboport empties out slightly, it will just put more logistics bots into the system until I get up to swarm it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's basically that's what I tend to do on planets that are intending to have large networks and generally carry on just heavily using them. This is my outposts tend not to be those sort of planets.
That's fair.
Yeah, I had an RX-8 as well. There's a couple of videos of it on the channel, and yes, it was really good. I was quite upset to have to sell it, but it got extremely rusty and just wasn't usable anymore. It wouldn't pass its MOT, unfortunately, which is a shame because the engine was absolutely fine, which is traditionally not the way RX-8s usually go.
If they say when Mike's done a clever, he's very much not done a clever. I'll have you know that out of the four of us here, I am the Factorio Pro. Taught the other three everything they know about Factorio.
Yeah, it's
don't laugh. You make it sound like I'm making that up.
Yeah, it's all those tutorial videos you've been making. It's really useful.
Yeah, exactly.
How much robot? Oh, we've still got Roboport out there. Okay, that's good.
As you all know from the voiceover at the introduction of the streams, the real star of the show is me.
By star, you mean full of gas and extremely dangerous.
Does Mike's locomotive need to catch on fire for the next intro? Or something?
Probably.
The thing is, I do know how to do it, but I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit slow to get these started, but to be honest, by the time any sulfur has arrived, which is not going to until I've made this, which I'm probably not going to actually do, it doesn't really matter. So we're not going to get any vulcanite out anyway. So we'll just fill this up. We can just fill this up the old-fashioned way.
Tristan, did you
actually,
add
when this fills up, that's going to be a problem.
Train for iron ore?
I'll have to turn that off.
Yes, I never sent it out though.
So down here, I wanted to tell this to run when that is more than 200.
Right.
I want to make sure I don't run out. And that one can run whenever that is greater than 1,000. There we go.
All that time organising stuff, and I may have accidentally forgotten to actually pick up some pulverizers.
Sulfur is less. You forgot pulverizers. That's a fairly important thing. I'll swap you a couple of pulverizers for a signal transmitter.
No, as in I've got them here in my storage system. I literally stood next to the chest, tinkering with logistics bots and things like that, and just completely forgot to actually pick up any pulverizers.
Right, this should work once the sulfur arrives.
There's a third one that's away now.
Should work.
Yep,
So I'm going to need to bring in a. Oh, actually, hang on. I could hook into this one. I've got a signal transmitter. It's just all the way over here, and is doing different things, but that's fine.
Okay, so let's start to plug this bad boy in.
Definitely what you want to hear after that.
Fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. There's just going to be a slight kink in the belt, it's alright.
That to there, to there, to there, there. Also
and
there.
then reverse the polarity of those.
Right.
And then that, but priority from
The core stuff has nearly sorted itself out now. All that fiddling.
YouTube wants Foxo to show their moves. Sure. I suspect Volcanite processing might be harder because we're playing with Krastorio². So if you're just playing Space Under Space Exploration Sativa, you might be okay. Wouldn't like to say for certain. But yes, we shall. I guess you'll have to wait and see. But it's not too bad. It's just because I'm getting distracted a lot as I do it. Honest. Speaking of which, what was I coming? Oh yes, ice. Where is the ice launcher?
General question. If I were to
Sergeant answer.
If I were to put sulfuric acid in one of the gigantic fluid must flow pipes, would that be overkill?
Probably, but that doesn't mean it's a bad thing.
So do you need it at a rate where a normal pipe can't keep up?
I don't know, is the honest truth.
I suspect your normal pipe will probably be absolutely fine.
Probably, yeah.
It just sounds boring, though. I mean... But yes,
as far as I'm aware, there's nothing that requires them to carry water. I'm not aware of it melting if you put sulfuric acid in it.
I have just accidentally...
Use steel pipes, Johan. I would do, apart from I don't have steel pipes.
I might have just accidentally blown up half of the capsule maker.
Laurence.
It's still exploding.
Did you just miss with the cannon again?
No, I didn't. It was much sillier than that.
Did you miss with a nuke? Oh, no, you didn't, because
lightning gun.
No, not lightning gun. It was the biogun. Apparently, biogun is extremely dangerous for buildings.
Ah.
Who knew? Today I learned that the biogun will do actually significant amounts of damage to your base if you accidentally shoot it. So that's rather.
So maybe it's really effective against nests then.
Do you know what really upsets me about this, Laurence?
Is it that I waited long enough to say it without going what before, so you missed it on the stream?
Oh no!
Okay.
It's that you remember some time back we were talking about the possibility of doing a video at one of the firing ranges that Pete is legally allowed to supervise us at. And we were there going, not sure about the safety of that. And I was saying to Pete, it'd be fine. None of us are going to accidentally discharge a weapon in a dangerous way. Well, I may owe Pete something.
Things you don't want to hear as a security officer.
Exactly. I have produced, and this is a really big moment, iridite.
Oh, yeah, that's an easier one.
Don't all whoop at once. I mean...
I came to look before I whooped. Woo! Knowing you, I required seeing it before believing.
Require evidence and actual proofs.
You are running in a very laggy way.
I blame Laurence for that.
Fair.
I mean, this is my server, I suppose. Oh, blown up some.
Is stick. Ooh, how am I going to do this exactly?
That's one of the more.
Does the next stage require sulfuric acid as well?
So, we currently don't have power.
No. Maybe.
Waiting. No, probably not.
Okay,
so we've got that called from Agnair now. So now I can go back to Norvis and try not to blow things up again. So down here, we can set this to be watching. So we're watching, receiving from Agnair. That's good. We're not actually getting a signal through at the moment because there's a shortage of power. That's aimed in the right place. It's turned on. I think we're probably good. This should just work, TM. Mark, I'm also going to need a supply of sulfur.
Didn't you set that up already?
I did. I was just wondering whether basically I was letting you know I was going to need it, and in case you wanted to go and set it up yourself. But I'm more than happy to do it myself.
Oh no, I can do that. Yeah.
Oh, I've sort of started because I thought as in the time between you saying, "Oh, I thought you did that," I thought, "Oh, right, I'll do it again." Then that's fine. That will speed up the building, though. Thank you. Although not the difficult bits that need configuration. So I'll come back later.
Mark, did you know that the blueprint for capsules has infinity chests and infinity pipes in it?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, as long as we're all on the same page.
Yet?
No, it's for easy testing in blue
Yeah,
box.
I know.
Blue
Yeah, it does make sense. But that doesn't mean that I'm not going to whinge about it.
Oh, no worries.
Why are these not? Why is that not powered? Oh yeah, I needed one over that for that one. Why is not? Oh, that's slightly too big a gap. That's really annoying. I'd say slightly. It's 2 squares too big, which is.
I am going to apologise in advance, Mark. I'm deliberately going to crack open part of your design because I don't want it to process the excess stuff. I want to reroute that out into a different system.
Yeah, with the output you can do whatever you want. That's just for convenience.
It's awfully
It
nice
won't mess, you know, the stuff up like Laurence did. So.
Yep. Oh yeah, I would never dream of doing it as badly as Laurence did.
Is that enough room to put into turbines? I think it is. Oh, but probably not for the water outputs. Right. I suppose I could put in normal turbines, but that seems really, really wasteful of water when water is a limited resource on this planet.
Do you want the sulfur in the same chest or
yes,
somewhere
please.
else? Like the water, yeah.
Same chest as the ice, yes.
Yep.
I considered putting down another chest, but I decided there wasn't any point. Thank you. Maybe I won't do the steam here. Because I want to put these in over here, like this. I'm going to need several of these. And I should probably put in one taking away some of the spicy vulcanite for Mike, because he's going to want it for delivering, for processing his iridiums.
Yes, please. Although you've probably got another stream or two before I start to worry about that.
Yeah, but I'd kind of rather do it now than when I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, fair. Just summon a whole bunch of robot ports. Let's just do it like that. Let's cheat.
It's always a good way to do things. Just say, yeah, if in doubt, just get the robots to do everything.
Yeah, the one thing that makes me nervous about that is that you then come back 2 weeks later and go, huh, how come this hasn't been done yet? Oh, it's because the thing isn't made or it's not connected up or the...
Yeah, you do need to keep a little bit of an eye on them, it's true.
Yeah. Encourages laziness.
I know. That's why I like them. I'm gonna need another rocket to come out with a lot of
It's bad that I can't find. Oh, there they are.
That's
couldn't find roboports in the game menu. Summon them.
Did you try looking properly?
In the end, I'd use the search.
Fine, that seems fair. Right, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Have I run out of? No, I've just got outside the roboport range. Yeah, I was gonna say, have I run out of delivery cannons, and I haven't, so that's all right. I have actually run out of signal receivers because I forgot to bring any with me because apparently Muppet. But well, yeah.
Can confirm.
Can't really deny, unfortunately. Oh, no, let's actually use faster inserters for that. Oh, I've got 50 of the normal stacks. I'll just use them. Boom, 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 boom. Sure, why not? And then down here we put in the blue ones. The electric boiler can condense steam back into water. Okay. That's interesting. I'll have to try that because I've got some boilers. In fact, I could just use the steam output from this. I could use the steam output from the vulcanite to load up my what's the name? Coronal mass ejection protection system, I guess.
Is it hot enough?
Don't know. No, 165. So okay, no, it's not. Can't do that then. Okay, so I'll use the boiler for now for turning the water back into into steam back into water, since apparently that's a thing. That's a really weird thing, but I'll take it.
I thought you needed a chemical plant for that, but I don't know.
I mean, I've got chemical plants as well. I'd be happy to use those. It's just I don't have the steam turbines. Sorry, condensing turbines. Where's the boiler?
I'm
There's the boiler.
99% sure chemical plants can do it.
Well, okay.
The
Well,
electric boilers I was not aware of.
Put that there. That's lined up, I think. Is that an underground pipe? No, it's a normal pipe. Oh, because it's feeding the water over there. That's fine then. Put that there. No, that might be the wrong way around. I'll rotate it when it comes out if necessary. Okay, and then right across the bottom, I'm going to need it. This is only going to be a partial. I'm still not going to be able to do everything I want to with this planet until I get the signal transmitters out here, which is a bit unfortunate. Here we go. So we can make water out of ice. We can evaporate ice, water. No, we can evaporate water into nothing. Or and we can turn water into steam, water into steam, water into steam, water into steam, methane gas. No, you can't. You're lying to me. But I'm happy to do it with a chemical plant instead, if that's a thing. Brains do that sometimes. Okay, so you are going to be turning, because it's water. Well, yeah, there you go. 400 steam into 396 water, so it's 99% efficient. Sorry, that's pretty good, really. I'm kind of okay with that. It'll probably mean is it a reasonably quick process? 2 seconds. Yes. Okay, so that should easily be able to deal with all the nonsense coming out of here. Oh, it didn't copy the signal connection across. Oh, of course it didn't. I know why not. Now I think about it, but it's annoying that it didn't. Cable here to also here. Are you programmed? You are. Okay. So that means I kind of now need to come over here, pick all this back up again, and chuck it back in here, like that. And then it'll immediately pour out here. There we go. So we've got the enrichment process is now enriching. So that's good. We've got a little bit more that is needed over here. That should get that one running. It is running already, actually. In fact, they're all running already. So yeah, the system works. We just need to keep passing it around until all these little buffers in here are filled up, and it's probably going to be all right. Probably. I think it should be absolutely fine.
Mark, am I right in that this belt I'm standing on here, basically everything off this is an output that can be stripped out without it measuring?
Yes, even right to that. So you could reuse the coal as well, but this will automatically, coal liquefaction to reduce
you do need to give it a bit of heavy oil to kickstart it.
Oh yeah, right.
Kickstart the coal liquefaction.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah. I see. Yeah, I mean, I have quite a lot of crude oil automatically, so I'm happy to pump that in, but I also accept the validity of recycling the coal that way.
Yeah, if you don't have any other needs for the excess coal, you might as well. It just it slightly reduces your reliance on oil. More to the point, it just gets rid of the damn coal you don't have anything else to do with.
Ooh.
Kothar.
Yep. It's because these biters up here are just close enough. Every time they form a thing, there's a chance of it being within range of the wall, basically.
And your lasers you haven't got quite enough lasers or walls. Did you take any walls with you?
I have now got a few thousand walls, so I can put those up.
If you stick a bit across just north of the laser turrets, that'll at least slow them down. So at least then you're replacing walls, which are tougher and cheaper.
Yeah, makes sense. So yes, Mark, the source of this belt then is a pair of exerters from this storehouse that's purely about overflow, is it? Yes. Okay, that's fine. So what I want to do really is to remove the processing and just have the ores go back into my ore processing overall area.
Yeah, sure.
Yep. That's all I really want to do. Okay, cool. Thank you very much. I will deal with that. Not
Need
this
quite
second.
so many of these. Let's get rid of some of these pylons before I make a billion copies of it. There we go. Now, I think this system is probably going to be safe to copy paste. No, sorry, I'm going to need more enrichment, I suspect. So we'll put in a couple more blobs of that, like that. We'll flick this roboport over to construction mode, which means it should now cover. Yes, it's covered all of that easily. This will all get built up nicely, and hopefully everything will be. I mean, the thing about this is, it's at the moment we're at the sort of initialization stage of doing this, where we're trying to build up. We don't know how the how well this is going to keep up with the input rate. Now, I suppose I could tell actually by looking at the amount of the crushed in here. So the crushed vulcanite is currently at 8.1 thousand. I want to be. I was going to say I want to be refining that as fast as it comes in. That's not actually true, because we're going to have some of it is going to be going down here. But if I can be enriching it as fast as it comes in.
Laurence, you don't
Yes.
have to feed the enriched back into the warehouse.
Oh, that's true. It's a very
Just
good point.
if you pipe it straight onto that belt, then you just don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. I hadn't thought of that. Hang on. Wait, yes, you do.
You
Otherwise
don't
how-
have to.
Or do you mean
There was
piped onto
no
this belt
global
down here?
feedback.
So you mean are you saying I should feed the output belt straight onto the belt that goes down to the? No, wait. What?
Yeah, if you feed that horizontal belt that you had going from right to left, if you feed that straight onto the belt to the left of it, that will be completely fine.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm just doing a spot of combat.
Yeah, I suppose it will actually. Yeah, it's all right. Of course, then
The intention.
Mike won't get any, but that's fine. I can fix that.
The intention was also that the crushed output would be coming from the end of the crushed line, but the way you've done it is completely fine.
Yeah.
The Behemoth biters are able to take quite a lot.
Yes, they are. They're kind of difficult. Okay, well that means I can actually start making some vulcanite, so that's nice.
Once you have a supply of vulcanite, could I request that you have a low priority one that sends it over to where am I? Njord.
Yes, I just need some signal receivers, which unfortunately I don't have due to fail, basically.
This is low priority. Basically, this is just a source of whatever the pyroflux.
Oh, okay, so you can smelt more efficiently.
Melting.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, once this gets up and running at a decent rate, decent speed, decent everything, then yes, I can ship loads of it. In theory, I can ship loads of it out everywhere, and it should just be great. I need to get rid of this sand, though. That's the thing I've been sort of forgetting about. So.
Hello.
Hello. What?
I will take all the sand you want.
Oh yes, you will, won't you?
I can send you a rocket, Tristan, with just full of sand.
If you tell me that you're seriously going to do that and let me put down a landing pad in an appropriate place, I will take it.
I was just going to bomb your base with it.
Thing is, you can't do that.
Want a bet?
Yeah, you can bomb the planet, and it will drop randomly somewhere on the planet.
Oh, that's true.
Or
Yes,
you can drop it on a cargo landing pad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't aim it.
I'm sure with sufficient circuits it's possible.
Should have brought some repair packs. I should use a map. There's a couple of things. There's something else blown up over there. What was that? It's another one of these things. I'm still clearing up the fallout from when I accidentally biogunned my factory.
Genuinely, I do nearly have sufficient stuff to send an entire rocket off just of excess bits. I think. Let me double check what rocket needs. Yes, I have enough stuff to be able to do that. I haven't got a rocket silo. That's the one thing I'm missing.
What do you mean by excess things?
I have got enough rocket fuel, enough cargo rocket sections, a capsule.
Have you considered about how
is the
you're going to
relevant
get
part
home?
here.
I've got cargo rocket sections, yeah, because you get those spare.
No, the cargo that's going to fill it.
Oh, have you not seen my warehouses full of stone?
Shame.
No.
It's 200 stone to a stack, isn't it? 200 sand to a stack. And sand is... Where's the sand recipe?
Where is your shame? You got 200 stacks of stone, nearly.
In that one warehouse, yeah.
Yeah.
One of those.
I have another warehouse. Actually, fence is not that full right now. Down there.
Marc's construction is so tight, I'm not sure I can squeeze another... I'm struggling to squeeze another belt to carry the excess stone in for disposal.
Yes, that's intentional.
I will genuinely take all that from you if you don't want it, Mike.
I genuinely can't think of a use for it at this point in time.
I will set up a cargo landing pad that's basically a Mike dump that stuff here. One.
Go rocket. What do I need to... Okay, it might be a little while before I get a cargo rocket silo. That's the one thing I'm missing is the silo.
Just request one with your next rocket.
Okay.
Yeah, so yes, I don't care too much about power output. Although actually if I could store the steam up in a tank during the day and then turn it into power at night, that would be quite handy. So maybe I should that might be a thing that'd be very worth doing, because power is a bit of a problem on this planet. Why has
Mike,
this failed?
could I request you smelt the copper and the rare metals, please?
Oh, power, of course. I was staring at it going, why has this stopped, not noticing the big red flashing thing on the top of it.
You can request it. I have a question mark about why?
Because I use them in ingot form, or plate form. I don't use them in...
Right, I think the best thing to do over here is going to be to take another one of these, put it in
Oh,
here.
I was just going to send you the sand.
Oh, I thought you were going to send me everything.
Oh, I could send you other stuff as well. It's just that right this second, I haven't got that much of other stuff.
And then I can feed the stone over.
I don't know whether
here,
sand
or
onto
here and mix it with that belt down there.
Stone is more efficient. Laurence knows.
I think sand. I think we decided sand was more efficient last time.
So sand goes to 200 a stack, which is 4 times stone, and I literally just looked at this and have forgotten the numbers already. 3 stone goes to 7.5 sand. So that's realistically sand represents 2 stone in terms of materials, but it can stack to 4 stone deep. So yes, sand is more efficient to send. Stunned silence.
I think my only problem with sending sand to... Well, no, it's not a problem with sending sand to Tristan. I'm more than happy to do that. It's just I need to then consider whether I'm then going to need an additional delivery cannon.
Oh, somewhere else to send it. Send glass.
Send the glass to Norvis. So that's this one. Yeah, actually, yes, no, that's okay, because there is already a delivery cannon there. I don't know what this one's for. Oh, this is going to be for uranium. That's okay. I can put in another one.
Because if holmium stops being used,
exactly, yeah,
I'm just going to stop requesting sand.
Mm-hmm. Let's do that.
Yeah, fair. I mean, it's a risk. I will send 1 rocket of the stuff, I think.
So you're doing a one-off, get rid of the big pile that's filling up your pockets at the moment.
Basically.
Yeah.
Right, there is a rocket silo called Sand Dump.
Thank you. It will be a little while before I'm ready to...
no problem. I'm just setting it up while...
Anyways.
Right, so that's going to be... Well, it doesn't matter which way around these are, but let's do dull uranium to the right, because that's the same way as the way I've done it on another planet. This one is going to be the sandy type ones going to Tristan. This one is glass going to Norvis. So that means if I put on the crude way to do that, oh no, it wouldn't really work.
Your problem now is you've compacted everything in.
No, my problem is Marc has compacted everything in.
Personal responsibility, man. Come on.
Who put those delivery cannons there?
Oh, the delivery cannons aren't the problem. It's how do I decide whether the sand from here should be passed straight down into this delivery cannon or passed over into these machines to make glass. That's the part I'm struggling with at the moment.
You use the extra space you haven't put there to be able to measure stuff.
Yeah, but bear in mind that one of these
that
there's also one of these up here using up the spare pyroflux. Oh, hang on, pyroflux. I'm going to need to ship that out by. Let's get rid of this. Yeah, okay, that solves the problem. I'll not do the one that does the pyroflux recipe and ship that out by delivery cannon in barrels as well. I'm probably not going to have enough iron for that, steel for that. I might need to do iron mining to get. This is getting more and more complicated. But yeah, I'm going to have massive quantities of pyroflux that I won't know what to do with, unless I do just turn that into electricity. But that requires water, doesn't it? Because it boils water. So
would it be a stupid suggestion to say you request in barrels of water to get the barrels to send back the pyroflux?
No, I think that's actually a good shout because you need the water.
I do need water, but
it would be more efficient to send it in. It'd probably be more efficient to send water in as ice and also steel.
Yeah.
Especially if can you send it steel as ingots?
Yes.
So it's that has to be more efficient.
Better. Yeah.
But I kind of like the idea of
it is entertaining
barrels
to repurpose
being sent
the barrels,
out full of water just to get the barrels.
Yeah, Johan, you're missing the point here. The ice is better for shipping water around, yes, but if you then want to use the barrel for something else afterwards, then having the barrel is a way of getting a bit of steel sent over as well. However, I think no, the proportions aren't going to be right, and it is going to be better just to send ingots of steel over instead. So yeah, but that's what we're sort of debating a little bit, which is slightly funny.
And I prefaced it with, I think this is a stupid idea, but
it's worth thinking about the numbers. Yes. Oh, I agree. Yeah. Yes, this would be better off as a gigantic tank and a steam turbine, so we would have a bit more power available during the night. I am aware of that, and it is something I would quite like to do at some point. But I didn't bring any condensing turbines with me because I didn't think of it. How are we for power during the day? Actually, that's a thought. Yeah, reasonably okay. I mean, that's going to go a little bit higher, but I think though, given that I've brought all this solar, I think it's worth putting a bit more of it out. So I'll put this in down here, flick it over to construction mode, give it some power, and then is it still in my paste buffer? Yes, that one. So it was one overlap there, wasn't it? Because if I put it there, then it doesn't link in. So yes, one overlap like that. Can't put another one in. I could put one in over here, but I think that's probably just going to get in the way. Which it probably isn't, actually. Let's put one there as well. And also, I want to do the same sort of thing with accumulators and have just a massive quantity of accumulators available as well, which I do have. I did bring a large number of them with me because I knew I would want some power to tide me over during the night. So one there, yeah, that's fine. My engineer's standing in the way. Okay. Is it worth going around? No, I can't bother to do all the rest. This is going to upset people's OCD, I suspect, but never mind. Right, so there's that. I'll copy the top half of it and put it here. and then put the rest of these in by hand. Then copy. Was it that much of it? I think it's about that much of it. No, I need that much of it. That was a row column short. Take that. Put it here. Here. No, here.
I need water and I need oil now.
All right, I can't remember how many of these I brought, so that'll have to do for now. Yeah, it's for now. The factory will eventually work 24 hours or 17 hours, 17 minutes per day. But for now, we're going to be stuck with it running a little bit more occasionally, because or only running half the time because yeah. Screw setting up any sort of constant power system on a planet that doesn't have water. I'm not going to turn all of this into steam. That just seems like a bad idea.
I really think you need to sort of caveat that with how many hours a day there actually are, or how many minutes a day there are there, because otherwise 17 minutes a day just sounds really grim.
17 minutes a day is half the time. Because if we look on Agnair, we have 17 minutes a day is 17 minutes is a whole day. So we're not going to have it running 17 minutes a day. We're going to have it running about 10 minutes a day because dawn and dusk have a sort of slopey effect, and it'll still work for most of that time. But it's still not going to do anything actually useful until I get some circuit signal receivers in over here, which is a bit annoying. And I'm fully aware it's entirely my own fault. But until I get some signal receivers in, it just can't work because it doesn't have any power. So I'll stockpile that in there so we can see that everything is working. Because I'm fairly sure that at some point I'm going to run into an issue where I realise that something doesn't work in the factory and I need to fix it. Like at the moment, what's going on here? Why are you guys sad? Oh, because I haven't made any petroleum gas yet. Derp. Right. Yes. So let's go out and. Oh, that means I can get some steel. Right, let's go back to about 3 hours ago. Now that I've got some steel available, there we go. There's some steel. I can make some train stations. Probably. What am I still missing for train stations? Still missing the iron and the copper. Well, that isn't actually a problem. We've got iron in here, and we've got copper in here. Now I can make some stations. I can make 2 stations, and I've run out of iron immediately. I'm going to need a lot more than 2 stations. I'm going to need at least 4 for what I'm doing already, and then more for every single other core mining drill I put down. So let's grab a few more of those. Is it the iron that I've run out of again? I bet it is. Oh no, it's iron, it's steel and copper this time. Okay, so we'll take some steel and some copper and some iron, and say yes. I would like to have another 9 stations. Right. Now, okay, it's going to take a while for those to build, but that's okay because the first ones are going to be done almost immediately. I've got an enormous pile of stone that I don't know what to do with, but that seems to be part of the course at the moment. So this one's going to be a 3 because I ran out of pumps due to sort of just general fail. This one's going to be a 4 because I can count slightly. Oh, typical. 1 square out. At least 1 square out is a relatively easy thing to fix. I can just select all of that and then put it back in again there. Right, so this is going to be, we're going to call this, we're not going to call it chair core, we're going to call it Volcanite core drop. And we're going to call this one oil drop because I'm imaginative. Right, and then then is that correct now? Yes, that is now correct. So here we are going to be unloading Volcanite core chunks, which is these bunnies. Here we're going to be unloading oil. That's fine. I don't need to program that. I built a train already for the other one. I'm going to build a one here as well. What do I need? I need wagons. And this is going to need some fuel. Do I have a load of... I do have a load of coal in my inventory. How convenient. Give it 2 stacks of that. And then I need to fly off and go and make the actual station for it to pick up from. So, over here, we will have another station. Oh, I hope I haven't got this one 1 square out of sync as well. That'd be really annoying. I'd forgotten how annoying trains can be. No, that one, 50-50 chance. I actually won that one, so that's nice. This is going to be called Volcanite core pickup. And we are going to hook this up to all of these things. Oh no, we can't use. Oh no, we can use the enable disable for this one. It was last time when I it was for the filter one specifically where I couldn't use the enable disable because it kept going up and down. Whereas this one, when it gets above, oh god, how much does it fit in one? It's about 6,000, isn't it? So we enable disable when vulcanite cores are greater than 6,000. So now that's
4K is suitable.
okay. I like to leave a little bit of wiggle room just in case it gets.
That is leaving wiggle room.
Oh, okay. Oh well.
I suspect it's 3.2K.
Volcanite core drop until full, until empty, and go. Okay, sorry, Johan. Yeah, you're quite right. It looks like you got to the answer slightly. Maybe you got to the answer quicker than we did. Yeah, the number of barrels that's required is a bit obscene, so it's going to be a bit crazy, and we'll just bring the steel in instead for when we need to start shipping the vulcanite out. Okay, you are going. Oh, I need to put a station in. Let's do that first, so that I can actually name things appropriately. Yes, that can go there. I need to put some more turnarounds on this railway system. Having that train come all the way down here is silly. So I want you to go to Buana McCall. I don't. Well, yes, but I want that to be called oil pickup. There we go. I want you to go to oil pickup until you are full. Then I want you to go to oil drop until you are empty. Go to pickup. It's going to go the long way around to get there apparently because trains, but never mind. I'm sort of. Oh, I need to power my. Oh, I need to link up these pumps actually. Yeah, these all need to be linked up to the tanks over here. So, did I bring enough pipes? Yes, I did. Excellent. So I'll do the usual thing. I'll just run a pipe down the middle like this because this is just the easiest way to link oil mines up, I reckon. And you just do an underground like that. It might not be the most efficient, whether that's most efficient in UPS or parts, iron, whatever, I leave as an exercise to the reader. Then from here, across here. Oh, it worked. I was expecting that to run out of distance on halfway across. Put that in there. We have another pylon over here, somewhere in the middle, and power you. Can I get? No, I can't get both of them. You, and you. There we go. So now we've got plenty of oil available. These tanks are probably full. Yes, they are basically full. Where has my train gone?
Have you looked down the back of the server?
It stopped here because I didn't put any signals in. Well, that's fair enough. Signal. Right, and these, I haven't programmed these inserters, so we want them to insert core fragment vulcanite. Pasty. Get that one in the middle there. There we go. And those ones at the bottom. Right, that'll load the train up nicely. It can then trundle off and go and unload that. The oil train, has it got stuck again? No, it hasn't. It's just being a bit slow because it's running on coal. That's fine. I will probably do something to make the fueling system a little bit better for that train at some point, but now is not the time. Okay, so now the next thing is going to be to... oh, okay, I didn't bring as many accumulators out as I thought I did. The next thing is to deal with the oil that's going to be coming out here and turn it into petroleum gas for the processing over here. And oh wait, I should make sulfur on site as well. I don't need to ship that in. Sorry, Mark. Turns out I don't actually need sulfur on this planet. I can make it locally.
Okay.
I didn't think you'd be too upset about that. We can use that gun later for something else. So we're going to need some oil refineries. Let's just have 3. 3 is a number.
And confirm, as a mathematician, 3 is a number.
Do you need water for oil? Basic oil petrol? Yes, you do. Of course you do. Okay, well that's all right. We have a water supply just over here. So that means I then go like, this is a... Wait, what? No. Put it in the right place, Laurence. That would help. In before, that's what she said.
Come on.
Sorry, was it that obvious?
Gotta deal with that. Verbs.
Hey, I don't have any repair packs on this planet.
Just some extra sulfur I had to get rid of.
Oh, I assumed that was Mike from the sort of the vague Mike noises he was making.
No.
No, I got attacked by biters again.
But feel free to blame Mike anyway.
I blame Pete.
As is traditional.
I'm kind of horrified at how many alerts there are for entities missing or needing repair packs.
I started loading the Taishakutan one. They've all been put into the rocket, so the next time the rocket goes somewhere, the next time we launch a rocket to Taishakutan, they should all be fixed. The rest of them, not so much. I haven't bothered with the rest of them. That is a lot of stuff, though. You're quite right.
The Talos one is dumb because you've upgraded some inserters to a version we can't place, and you've left an infinity pipe in.
Talos. Oh yeah. Oops. Well, I'll downgrade those at some point, I suppose. Right, there we go. We now have the oil input here. And I reminded myself that actually we already have a system for processing the oil into sulfur, but I suspect it's probably not going to be able to keep up with the rate that is required for the vulcanite processing. So I'm going to put in an additional oil processing facility over here after on third thoughts. So yeah, trainer's run out of fuel. That's mine. Okay, that's fine. I'm aware of that being an issue at the moment because I haven't put in the fueling system basically. So the fact that it ran for that long is quite impressive. Let's just run this along the bottom. What? No, copy the whole thing. There we go.
Mark, was it you that put 5 heavy rocket launchers in my
Oh yes,
chest?
and yeah.
Thank you very much.
Also wanted to put some
So
bombs
ammunition
in there, but someone distracted me.
That's I
Probably for the best.
How many
I
hands
know what
do
you
you
mean.
have, Mike? If
How many
you're
what, sorry?
hands, if you've got 5 heavy rocket launchers.
Listen, I don't believe it. I don't believe in reloading. Just pick up another launcher.
That's a very that reminds me of a certain scene in the Matrix, whereas basically Neo is running through the whatever that building is for, full of agents anyway. Essentially reloading by just dropping his guns and pulling another couple out from under his coat.
Yeah, if it works, why not?
This is what I was looking for.
Reloading is technically complicated. You've got to worry about cocking handles and making sure that you've cleared things properly and blah 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 blah.
Why is this not? Is it because we're short? Is it a power problem? Because yeah, you're saying you're getting from Agnair. You are empty. There is a -1 on there. This is being fed round here. Yeah, it's a power problem. Okay.
I'm curious how well Mark has judged the amount of stone bricks he's put down.
Perfect, of course.
Because we're getting close to requesting a train from a stone mine.
Ooh.
Bum bum.
Yeah, those accumulators did not last very long when the when night happened. So let's take one of those. Go up here. Right. So actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to disconnect those cables on the other side of the base. I'm going to disconnect this one here as well. I think I can do that without cutting off the station there. It's cut off that radar, but never mind. I'll put it back in up here because a radar is a low priority power use thing, I think. And if I bring these across here, I can have all of the power that's leaving the base going out through the same cable up here. Then if I put down a pylon, so if I put pylon there and there, I guess, and then drop in that accumulator and I'll need to make a switch. Forgot about that. Fortunately, I have the stuff in my pockets. Where's that accumulator I just picked up? There it is. So I'll put that there on this pylon. We'll then switch over to this view, grab a cable. Yeah, we've got a hop cable, disconnect that and that. Then when my switch is finished, which it is, excellent, put that down here. Okay, you can't rotate switches, but never mind. Then link this up like so, and then with a red cable, link the switch into the accumulator, and then we can tell the accumulator to only be enabled when the switch to only be enabled when the accumulator is full, like that. So now when dawn happens, the system will charge up. It'll charge up all these accumulators, including that one, and then we'll have, when that gets fully charged, it'll pass the power through here, and the rest of the base will kick in. The mining drills and all the other sort of remote stuff will kick in and start working. That does mean I need to remove these 2 pylons as well, but that shouldn't be an issue.
Where's this all backed up? Because sand.
Right,
Ha ha!
As Joel said, don't like sand. It's coarse, rough, and irritating, and in space exploration, it gets everywhere.
Mm-hmm. I have a cunning plan. It's all right. I have a cunning plan.
Uh-oh.
I know. It's good, isn't it?
F'd it out. X'd it out, even. Whatever the meme is. Actually, let's use underground pipes here. Because then I can... No, hang on, wait. No, let's not.
Bonus point, I'm dealing with it in a way that I know will upset Laurence. Oh, actually, let's not quite do it like that just yet.
Is it putting it all in a rocket and sending it off to Tristan?
No, because I don't think that'll upset you enough.
Oh, okay.
I mean, yes, I am doing that, but that's not the point.
He seems to need it. So. Right, so I'll have one of these make solid fuel for the trains. Solid fuel. Do you not make? Oh, you don't. Do you not make solid fuel in a in a chemical plant? Okay, that's me being vanilla. You can make flamethrower ammo. I wonder if we could run a train off that. It's presumably going to need a fuel. Solid fuel is made. Yes, of course, it's made in a fuel refinery. Okay, a fuel refinery is going to be awkward to make, so I'm not going to do that. Actually, I'm probably going to have to. It's either that or steal the wood out of the out of this machine again, but that costs wood. So, sorry, that costs water, so I don't want to do that. Why have I got 2 wood? Where did that come from? I must have just picked it up later, a while ago. Put it in there. We'll have we'll have these making sulfur because I need sulfur.
Yes, that will upset Laurence.
But it will make Madman happy.
Oh dear. Where's this? This is Kothar, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Robot interference wind 0.64. So it's actually less robot interference than Norvis.
Yep.
You still don't want to do that long term.
No, I know. It's not a serious long-term solution. It's just an amusing thing.
Getting sulfur from the local immersite is an interesting idea, and it's a way to get rid of the mineral water that comes out of these things, out of the core processing as well. That's what I'm doing on Taishikuten, and it's working quite well there.
Tactical error. I made a coffee before the stream started, and I've just realised I haven't drunk it. But it's 11 o'clock, and drinking coffee right now is not a smart move.
No, drinking coffee at this time does not sound smart.
Laurence?
Yes.
Would you like to have a look at those sulfur machines?
Oh yeah, they need water as well, don't they?
I just glanced over at the right time and thought, what?
Yeah. Oops.
Is it getting late?
Yes, it is. It's after 11.
I can't remember what I was going to do with the sand byproduct. I just remember that it was a byproduct that I was going to deal with. I just can't remember how.
Chemical plants are too small.
I'll stick it in a chest. I think can't possibly cause problems further down the line.
The sand that you were going to send over to me.
You've seen where it is and where I need to get it to.
You like making ridiculously
long
long
belts
belts.
are for.
Or just one massively long belt all the way across the factory.
Yeah.
Or planet, rather.
Sounds fairly on brand.
Yeah, right. I should probably really have directed this the other way, shouldn't I?
Because they're infinite, I was sort of half considering just belting the cores back from anywhere on the planet.
Laurence, train out of fuel?
Yes, I know. It's sat in the station. It's not really finished yet. So I'm not going to say I'm okay with it, but I'm sort of putting up with it for now until I get around to it and until I've actually got a supply of fuel so I can refill it.
Yeah, I'm just doing a stupid long belt.
Seems reasonable.
This is just stupid.
You said that.
And I meant it.
We believed you the first time.
Yeah. The thing is, I'm just going to forget that I did, why I did this, and then get really confused.
We can but hope. I seem to still have no water, despite it now being day and having power. Am I not transmitting that signal all the way over there properly? No, what have we got on there? We've got a -1 water, a -1 ice on there. This is the from Agnair signal. Let's go and have a look on Norvis. Now that things are working properly at this end, I can go in here and go, why are you not? Oh, that's set to less than 0. We've got, there's a green cable at this end.
The difference in conventions.
There we go.
Can I get an underground belt across this bit of water?
There we go. Now I've got some ice.
No.
Now everything can start working again. Oh yes, I've got the undergrounds for these. Thank you, chat. Much appreciated.
Did chat do a helpful?
Yes, chat are very
helpful. We've talked about this.
Just because you're jealous, because you don't understand the concept of being helpful.
It's funny because it's true.
Yeah. Right. Okay. There we go. That's enough sulfur coming out. Now there's still the problem of making fuel, and the problem is that a fuel refinery is probably going to require a lot of stuff that I don't have. Wait, what? Yeah. There we go. Oh, it's actually only iron and steel. This is a solved problem. That's not too difficult. I'm okay with that. Some of each of those, and I should now be able to make a fuel refinery. There we go. Fly back over here, and then we can whack this in somewhere along here, probably to turn this petroleum gas straight into solid fuel. I can feed up to these 2 trains and to give them a bit of oomph to oomph a bit better, basically. Yes, my AI helpers are being rude about chat. It's disgraceful. I mean, they're, as I say, they're just jealous that chat is so much more useful.
Are you going to turn solid fuel into processed fuel?
I probably should, really, because I'll get a bit more oomph out of it that way. I don't have a particular shortage of
less oomph, but more time.
Is that a full? Oh, that's why it's fine. Poof. There was a moment there when I thought I had actually genuinely. That's not a trivial amount of sand. This temporary piece might become a permanent installation.
Do you use another fuel? No. What do you use to make refined fuel? There's a really
processed fuel.
Processed fuel, yeah. Oh, it's a fuel processor. There we go.
Fuel processor.
So I need some more bricks for that. Bricks I also have in that machine there. Yes, that was stone bricks, not just stone.
It's a bit of a wiggly belt, but
I mean, I've got to be honest.
I'm
That's
going to
just
have to go back and have another look at this.
a feature of
That's because of where you wanted to get it to.
Yeah, just terrain and all that. I
Let's
suppose
go
I
and
could
have a
have
look. Let's see what
put
Mike's
lots of
been doing.
landfill then or something.
So he's got. Where is this sand supply?
I don't know. I'm not sure you've got enough sand to make any landfill.
Can you make
No,
landfill
I mean,
with
I
sand?
have got. Don't actually know is the honest truth. I
Okay,
have got sufficient landfill to put down in, landhole blocks to let me do stepping across water and so on. But
Oh yeah, I've been doing that on Njord. It looks stupid, but it works.
That is a long and ridiculous belt.
like, I don't normally like building over things, so I might have to reroute that around that coal mine or coal deposit, which will become a mine one day.
I can understand that. I mean, that's not going to use up any more belts to go across the top and then down the side.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. By the laws of mathematics, yeah. But even so.
Is that like the power of Grayskull?
I have thought the same thing.
By the power of mathematics.
I don't get it.
By the power of Grayskull.
Who in chat gets that?
It's before my time.
Tristan made the reference. I don't think you get to say that.
I mean, it's before my time. I've never watched it.
Right, why is this backed up?
I'm not sure I have either, to be honest.
Why have you
I
stopped?
think,
Because
I
there's
think
no...
it probably wasn't. I don't think it was before my time, but I also don't think I've ever actually watched it.
Wait, what? Oh, because I'm not processing... No, wait, what? Why have you backed? Because you can't put up onto the belts.
There we
Why can't you put onto the belts? Because that is... Everything is
Fuel
above...
supplied.
500?
Mic noises.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, because that is... No, I got it. It's fine.
Another fuel refinery or two would be quite nice in there, but never mind.
I did discover recently that half a belt of yellow belt of wood is exactly the right amount for a fuel processor to run permanently.
Okay. Yeah, building over resource patches seems like a shame, at least to start with, but I've kind of got used to it. Right, why are you guys stopped? What have you overfilled? Oh, you just overfilled on all of the outputs. That's kind of awkward, because you're supposed to be making these things. Why are you sad? Oh, it's 'cause I took that belt out ages ago and never put it back again. There we go. Now the factory can flow. Now we can start actually turning resources into delivery cannon capsules, which is sort of the whole point of this thing. Does that mean this is completely... No, this isn't completely full. Don't understand why these are stopped then. Oh, that one has stopped. Turn it on for now. Well, do you think our group? Are you suggesting our group should be called Masters of the Universe? Because we have been looking for a suitable name for our group. I think that's a little bit too
Anxious?
Yeah, a little bit too egomaniacal, or a little bit too much ego for and pretentiousness as well. Yeah, probably. Right, I am now at the point where I'm actually seriously considering trying to pocket craft some signal receivers because I've done everything else. Oh, you can't. I can't. They're not pocket craftable. I would need. Oh, yeah, I need blue circuits in order to make them. That's really annoying. The one thing I've forgotten. Or at least the one thing I've forgotten that I haven't been able to make relatively easily out of scraps I found on this planet. I'm not setting up an entire blue circuit production facility. This makes me think I'm going to have to set up a rocket that is just literally going to bring out some signal receivers and nothing else, and that seems kind of ridiculous. Why is this little train out of fuel?
You put fuel in it?
I put an inserter in that's supposed to be putting fuel. No, it's not at the station. There we go. It's done the thing where it tried to leave the station but was still sat there. So it went, nope, I've left, therefore you can't load me. That's 41 is probably enough. Okay, off you go. Bugger off. Order some from Amazon. Yeah, I mean that's basically what putting in a rocket and saying, hey, send me these things is doing, isn't it? It's kind of equivalent. I don't know. I feel like I want to expand all of this system significantly further. We have, let's see. So we have a full. No, we don't quite have a full belt coming through here. So let's expand this bit and then go down the chain and find out what it takes to do a complete red belt through here. Now I should be moduling this as well, really, shouldn't I? At least this stage of it to get a bit more oomph out of my system. So let's think about that as well. Put another one of those in there. A fourth pulverizer. Is that going to be enough to then use up a full belt's worth of this? Find out in a moment when the pulverizer comes through from Amazon. The Amazon drone delivery. I have not played Pyanodons. It's possible. It may be a thing I do as a sort of my next run, perhaps if I'm feeling quite masochistic.
Masochistic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because yes, it's apparently it's tricky, should we say, and will take me all of the rest of my life to complete, probably. Why is this stopped? Oh, because this is backed up. Another displeased noises. Because it's stopped because there's too much stone in here because I haven't been able to ship any of it out. I could set up a thing to just start shipping sand to Tristan without checking to see whether he actually wants any. But that sounds dangerous.
Yeah, that's going to go badly.
I meant only temporarily, unless I forget.
That doesn't help. I know you.
I know.
You could set it up literally for a few minutes.
Yeah, and I'll probably get distracted by something else. Yes, it's true. Which is why I haven't actually just done that.
No, as in, you could occasionally just go, okay, turn it on, and then not deselect it while it launches half a dozen or however many.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Just to burn through the backlog of sand you've got.
That's possible. All right, let's do that. Are you saying this is a thing I would suggest you do rather than a?
I am short of sand at the moment.
You're always short of sand. I've got my other, but now I'm about to have both my planets sending you sand. Where do you want your sand?
Yeah, but your other planet's not sending me sand. That's the problem.
Oh yeah, we must have enough beryllium now. We need to start using beryllium. Is it this one? No, it's not. No, it's not that one. Aha, I see. Toomp. Right, so now we've got that set to there. Catch.
Yep, that went in. Well done, you didn't miss.
You sound surprised?
A little. How fast are you loading it? Potentially
this fast.
A yellow belt, basically just a bit more than the yellow belt. I have a full yellow belt.
It seems to be loading quite as. Oh, it's waiting for delivery cannon capsules to come in. That's why. Yeah, the limiting factor is how quickly I'm making capsules, not how fast I'm doing anything else.
Ah, okay.
Not how fast I'm pumping sand into it.
But yeah, because I'm unloading it as a yellow belt. If you're sending it out faster than that, it will overfill.
What are you waiting for? You're waiting for copper, and you're waiting for actual. Okay, let's turn that on. I clicked on something else and it's closed it, so we're not. I can't see it anymore. I'll turn it off for now. Turn it back on again when we've got some more. Oh, actually, I could just grab these delivery cannon capsules from over here. Catch.
Oh, I got confused for a moment because the belt from the landing pad for Mike was still turned on, even though there's sand in there. But that's because there needs to be a full stack of sand to turn off.
Okay.
Yeah, it's turned off now because the second one arrived.
That's odd. I heard it fire, but I didn't see it fire. Unless there's another one that's going. Oh,
you fired at least 4 now, I think.
Yeah, I fired quite a few. I dumped some in out. I dumped some capsules in out of my inventory, so now it's firing as fast as it's able to, which is partly limited by the power of how quickly the cannon can charge up, but mostly limited by how fast I can crush the stone down. Although actually that's running out of stone, so let's give it a load more. So yeah, we're shipping this out basically as quickly as possible. When Space Exploration 0.7 comes out, there's a fairly high chance I'll be wanting to play that. The question is, I don't know, because I sort of don't really want to do 2 Factorio games at the same time, because I feel like that might be a little bit confusing. So I don't really want to do Space Exploration 0.7 and Pionidans at the same time, as one as the sort of the Monday stream and the other as the Wednesday stream. But on the other hand, I don't know when 0.7 is going to come out, so I'm not sure I want to just wait until it does. So yeah, I don't know. I haven't decided what I'm going to do once we finish this run. Oh, I did. Yeah,
It's night time, so it's not charged.
Hey, what?
Yeah.
Oh, stupid. Bots.
Turn that off, didn't I?
Bugs.
Yes, I did. Bugs. Right, okay, so we've got rid of some of the stone. It's not actually been enough of it to be particularly helpful, but never mind. So what I want to do, reason I wanted to get things running again was to get rid of this input here, so I could then get an idea of whether this system over here is running fast enough to whether 4 pulverizers is enough to pull in a full red belt, and therefore whether this is now correct, whether this is balanced, basically whether the whole thing is balanced, and therefore whether I can just go, yes, this is good, and copy and paste it, or whether I need to tweak the sizes a bit. So we'll find out at dawn, basically. How much vulcanite have I made? I've still not actually made that much vulcanite. There's only a couple of thousand in here, which is a little bit disappointing given the way it's been running. That said, the whole point of this is that I'll now make another 3 of these once I've got it up and running at the right speed, so that's okay. It would be nice to have some power though. Unfortunately, the nights are long. We should be getting power again fairly soon, I think. Yeah, there's not that much time in the middle when there's no power, but it has basically by the time night actually falls, it's already discharged the accumulators, so that's not really good enough. But oh well.
There's a rough data storage substrate recipe that uses rare metals.
Oh, okay.
Instead of whatever they currently use.
That sounds like a good thing, because if I remember from my previous run using enormous amounts of those raw data substrates. So if we could use them to use up the rare metals, that'd be great. And it'll probably mean it'll use less resources we actually care about as well. So that'll be good. Yeah, exactly. So I think, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you want to look at it, I suspect my Factorio play is going to. This is basically going to be the space exploration channel for a very, very long time. Whether we'll play with Krastorio or next time, or whether we'll all play, or whether I'll play on my own, well, I wouldn't like to say. We shall see how it goes. But yes, I suspect it's going to be very, 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 very space exploration for a very, very long time. Yeah, I think it probably is fortunate. It means you've all got someone you can carry on watching. It means hopefully it'll keep my channel popular. So yeah, I think it probably is a good thing, really. Oh, is that our first death this evening? I think it probably is.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah,
and
space exploration.
It's about 11:30. Yeah.
Space exploration is the best mod. However, variety is also a good thing to include, I think. So whilst this one is the best, that doesn't mean I want to only ever play this. It's like Hobgoblin is the best beer, but sometimes I like to have some Tanglefoot or some Poacher's Choice or something else. I don't always just want to have the individual best one. There is, you're right, there is a lot of variety in space exploration, that is also true. But even so, I think it's nice to have a bit more, possibly have a bit more variety. I mean, that's part of the reason that I'm playing this on Mondays and then playing something completely different on Wednesdays, rather than having another space exploration run going on Wednesdays, because that'd be a bit excessive, I think. Power is coming back.
But for the rare metals recipe, it's slightly cheaper, twice as much.
Okay, cool. Yeah, but
otherwise it's the same recipe.
So that's a lot of them seem to be like that. They'll introduce an exotic material of some sort, or a slightly exotic material, and then keep the recipe basically the same, but give you twice as much. Because I think rocket parts do that. I think the iridite delivery cannon capsule recipe does that, and probably others that I haven't thought of.
Actually, we probably haven't unlocked the iridium cannon capsule.
Probably not, and we'll need to have some iridium coming out in order to do that.
Working on it.
I know.
I was thinking you might want to consider that as a to feed that into Marc design somehow.
Yeah, because then we
Just
could
say-
then we could pump in the resource from things from normal mines and still have enough delivery capsules to send it all out. Or we could just pump everything full of productivity modules as well. Speaking
Yeah.
of, I bet I didn't bring any productivity modules over with me because I wasn't thinking about that sort of thing at the time. Oh no, I did. Awesome.
Right, got my body back.
And I grabbed some speed modules as well by mistake, instead of the ones I actually wanted.
Yay. It is coming up on 11:30, by the way.
It is. That's a good point. We should probably. Oh, actually,
Nah.
the vulcanite processing doesn't kick out quite as much excess, as many excess delivery cannons, capsules as I was thinking. So I think I better not module the all of these machines down here. Instead, I shall module these ones. Instead, try and work out how many is actually needed for this.
You could if you got any arithmetic combinators, you could set up a thing that, assuming you have a core overload, set up a thing that counts how many cores have gone through that, and therefore it can tell you, hey, you're producing this much excess.
Yeah, I think it's probably simpler than that. I could just
Or
look
just see
at
if it's
I could
back-
look
they're
at the
backed
cannon
up
that's firing
and it's
out.
sent
And
them.
see, I could look at the cannon that's firing them out, and it'll tell me how many it sent, and look at the total number that have been produced, divide one by the other, and get a rough percentage of the excess.
Yeah.
Oh, let's give you some.
That's
more
less easy to reset,
give you
but
some more
yeah.
sand. True. Oh, sorry. Would you like some more sand? Yeah.
Sure.
Yes, you would. There's none coming out of your out of your thing. Or at least there wasn't until I started firing at it. Because I still have a lot of stone that I want to get rid of. This is, as usual, it's a vulcanite planet tends to be quite a rocky planet. So as you go around working on building things, you tend to end up with lots of stuff filling up your pockets. I'm pretty sure Hobgoblin is the best beer, in my not remotely humble opinion, of course. And exactly, Joel. Yes, too much of a good thing it can still be a bit too much. No God is suggesting we should check out some of the team competition things. I mean, it's an idea, and yes, we'd want it to be something a bit smaller than space exploration, I think, because yes, a sort of something a bit shorter where we're to do something sort of slightly competitively could be interesting. Although I suspect Marc might just win through sheer efficiency. So, but yeah, it could be interesting and good fun. Or that might be something to do as a supporter stream, actually.
Depends
His
whether or
build
not.
takes 3 years to run, though.
I was going to say, it depends whether or not A, Tristan is allowed to use pipes, B, I'm allowed to use belts. Oh dear.
Oh,
So presumably Laurence isn't allowed to use bots in this.
Well, that would definitely make it more entertaining.
Not even construction bots.
Correct.
That sounds like cruel and unusual punishment to me.
And not being allowed pipes or belts isn't.
Oh,
Yeah,
for
also,
goodness sake, wretched.
That does also
wait,
sound
what?
cruel and unusual, to be honest. But it doesn't affect me,
What?
so I wasn't thinking about it quite so much. How is this getting
It was
on?
painful.
Oh, it's not novice.
Yeah,
seems
I'm
to be
doing a
destroyed.
bit of cleanup. Here.
Okay.
Mike
No
is just so
worries.
used to any bleep bloops being his problem that he's paranoid.
It's been my problem several times this stream.
Yeah, exactly.
I have got through 20,000 of the cores already. My entire backlog of cores is used.
I don't know how many I've got through, and it uses just a crush uses 20 each time, and my machines have run. I don't know, maybe 100 times each. I can't tell. Oh, I could look it up in the production stats thing and see how many have actually been used up. Right, so over here we see that there's a virtually full belt coming in here, and what I should actually do along here, come to think of it, is I should have this alternating belt side. No, it's not Shift L. Oh, it is Shift L. I should have this alternating belt sides like this, because then I can fill up both sides of the belt, and it'll fill in the gaps between that are being caused by the other thing. Well, that said, we've got only a trickle coming in at the moment.
Yeah, searching core on the production tab is interesting.
That's far. Yeah. There's 2 inserters on each one of these each of these machines across the top. That's a bit weird. I should tidy that up actually, rather than doing what I seem to be doing, which is completely wrong and not what I mean to do at all. I don't know why I carried on doing it, to be honest. Still, this will work. Ah! It will if I click in the right place anyway. Right, there we go. That should help them empty a little bit. Down here, yeah, there's only 1 per machine down here. So because these are now running significantly more slowly. Oh no, there's a shortage of the input there, so I can't really test this at this point. However, down here we do have pretty much, yes, we now have a full belt going in, full belt coming out. These machines are keeping up, so 4 of these machines is the correct number. Down here, I suppose I don't actually need this output. What was going on here? How is this? This is 6.8 thousand, 6.9 thousand. So this is going up. The crushed is going up. Therefore, I need more machines on the end here. Why are you not running? Oh, because you're full. I've not put an exerter on you, that's why. Oh, someone was talking about that earlier. Sorry, chat, I didn't notice. I didn't realise what you were talking about when you told me that I was missing that. Well, that's going to double the... Well, it's not going to double the throughput because the limiting factor was this stage.
You missed the middle one.
Thank you. So
I'm sure chat will tell you in about
yeah, probably
10
once
seconds
the stream lag runs out. So I'm going to need basically I need a lot more of this. 1,500 euro Factorio tournament. Blimey, 1,500 euro Factorio tournament. That's what I was trying to say. That does sound interesting, potentially interesting. So I could whack another. I could double this because. Yeah, at the moment, only half the machines are working down there, so let's double that and see what happens. We'll let the bots all come over and deal with this and build all this up. I'm probably going to need another. Yes, I'm going to need another one of these. Do they reach further? If I copy that one, so I actually get one in. Yes, they do reach a bit further. Excellent. So I can put that there. The problem is, the thing I've noticed, the big downside of using the roboports in construction mode is I think you can't put the next one down. No, that can't be right. No, maybe not. Maybe I'm going to stop talking because I have a feeling I might be wrong. Is there room for another set of this up here? There is. Okay, cool. So if we discover that this still isn't enough, even when there's twice as many, I think it probably will be. But if we discover it's still not enough, or we might discover that actually it's not this stage, it's this stage up here that's the problem. But I can't really test that very easily until we get another train in. I know everyone's going to tell me, people are going to tell me to use mods to calculate it for me, but yeah. I know. Yeah, I just had a feeling there was some funny business with roboports if they're in construction mode that they don't. If you put them at the maximum distance they can link, they can't build each other or something like that. So if I copy that one and put it,
I think you have to be careful which side you put the big pylons on, or something.
Maybe that's it. So if I put this one in here, yeah, that's outside the construction range of the previous one. So you see, when I was putting it down, they are linked. But it will never get built by that roboport. That's the problem. That's the problem.
So I was putting mine 2 big pylon lengths apart, and that was working fine.
Okay.
So that's presumably slightly less far.
Yeah, presumably slightly less than the maximum distance. They can be put apart and still play nicely together. Okay, so the fact that this is going, well, the fact that this was going up makes me think that the system I had. When it was running, it needs to basically needs to produce the refined faster, is what I'm trying to say here. So we'll let's get the next one started. Fill up some input buffers. Okay, so this will double the amount of the hot vulcanite that's coming through. To be honest, I think I probably don't need to be. I don't even need this belt here coming out. I could just loop this one round. I could bring this one straight down, loop it onto the other side here, because there's never going to be any coming out here because it's always coming out here straight away, and it will just run round there anyway. So let's do that. Let's cut that belt for now and remove all of this, and then bring that down here. Now this is where Tristan was saying that I could have fed this off the other input at the other end of this belt, and that's true. I could have, but that would have been a longer belt, so it's probably slightly more efficient.
I don't have
really
such an objection to you doing that
oh, good.
bit like that.
Oh, diagonally.
It made sense for me because my next stage was over on the right-hand end.
Yeah, that's fair.
In the arbitrary layout that I gave it.
So that's roughly diagonally, and that's no. Again, it's just outside. But I think these are on unlike Dyson Sphere program where everything has a circular range, which makes a lot more sense to be honest. Factorio is all squares, so yeah, I think you're always going to be slightly out by that like that. So yeah, exactly the same problem. Right, so we now have no hot vulcanite. Oh no, actually no, I'll take it back. We have 2 hot vulcanites coming out over there. That will increase as all of these machines get running, start running properly, of course. For now, a train has arrived. Excellent. So we've now got. I say a train has arrived. Excellent, but it's already all just gone through. I think the next thing I'm going to have to do is going to be go out and just set up more of these facilities. How is my power usage at this sort of time when we're not doing too much stuff? So I'm using about 135 out of 200. It peaks 50 megawatt consumption? Really? Oh, that's individual things. Yeah, so over here, yeah, we're peaking at about 135, as you see. So I could put in... Oh, these are only 5 megawatts. Oh, I've got loads of power. It's just all the power's being used up by... what's blue? Wait, well, oh, that's the average. Oh, yeah, okay. So when they peak 50... So they're using 25 megawatts each. So I've got headroom for another 2... That'll take it up to 180, and then I'll need to put some more solar down. I do still have quite a bit of solar, some solar that I can put down. So that's okay. Let's do that. Let's put you're already in construction mode. Let's put another one of these in here, like that, and run power down to it. Oh, it doesn't quite reach. That's a shame. And then a copy of kind of all of this. There is a bot there that's been struggling with that rock for I don't know how long. Sorry, bot. Sucks to be you. Basically. Put some more solar across there like that. See how much of that gets built. There we go. Yes, I agree. It would be really nice if when you're putting down roboports, you could tell where the previous ghosts connections would go to. That would be very. I agree with you there, Madman. That would be very, very nice to have. Here comes a wave of solar. Blub, 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 blub. And if we get an infinite supply of Immersite in the future, then we'll upgrade all of these solar panels to something better. Or more likely, we'll just build a space elevator and chuck them all in space around it. Hopefully we'll have some better solar panels then as well. Okay, so that's going to give me a chunk more power. Next thing is which patch shall I go after next? Well, that's the obvious one because it's really close. That one's fairly close to the train system, so we'll go for that one as well. I can carry on upwards, straight up here, get that one without too much difficulty. Yeah, okay. There's a few more around. So I've got 2 at the moment. That means I need to go up to 8 to double it. Yes, need to go up to 8 to double the amount I've got coming through, which may or may not be enough. We'll have to see how it goes. But let's go after. Yes, we'll go after that one and go after that one. Right, let's have a look at some. Let's have a look at. I know the blueprint book has some useful rail junctions. Here we go. What have we got? Full junctions, one of those. Single chunk. Oh, okay. I see. Or a one-sided junction. That's what I need at this point. Wait, what's? Okay, Yeah, I'll use the off. I'll use the. Oh, it's offshoot one way, offshoot the other way. Let's just use single chunk full junctions because then I don't have to worry about getting it right. Basically, I can put one of those in there. I can put one in. Not there apparently because I haven't lined any of this up properly. That was a missed opportunity. Actually, I should have made that on a corner. So let's do that. Let's go down and fix that. But I'll go down there to do that one. And then we can do the other blueprint, the standard rails in a straight line thing up here, like that. Oh, and I should have done one with a loop back in it actually. Rail basic loop back. That's not what I meant to do. Loop back. Keith, put that there. It doesn't actually need a loop back for this particular bit, but in general, I think that's probably a good thing to have. Oh, and yeah, I agree. I think this is the first time I've used chunk aligned railway blueprint books like this, and it is so easy. You're not wrong. I'm going to go quite a long way below for this one. I think I'm going to go through all of these cliffs. Yay! And then we'll put the junction one in down here as a corner because that's the easy way to do a corner, right? I still get the left clicking and right clicking wrong for.
Mike, you're requesting 5,000 splitters, red splitters.
Yes, I might have gone slightly high on that one.
I mean, you do you, but
we just want you to know that is a large number. That is all.
It's a large number.
You can use belts, you know. You don't have.
You have to use what?
Mike is doing a no.
Yeah, but then you don't
run.
get the double lane. Auto balanced.
Oh my! I don't know what brain.
You sure about that one?
Also, technically, if you need to go diagonally, splitters will be slightly quicker.
This is true.
Because the side to side is instant.
See, I'm just being efficient.
Yeah.
Shenanigan sense tingling.
It genuinely is quicker.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
In that case,
I'm anticipating just how much stuff I'm going to need.
Why doesn't your belt building setup anticipate Mike's requests?
Because Mike is excessive.
It is known.
This is true. I do have a slight tendency to overbuild. Yeah, sitting there saying, I want one red belt full of tier 3 modules of each module type. Everyone's there going, what?
I mean, that's fine as long as there's no load on the other end of the belt, so it just fills up and then you've got it. Would you be happy with that? That would do. That'd be a full red belt. It just wouldn't be going anywhere.
It just doesn't really sort of.
It would be a red belt that is full. Yes.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, you could put a single red belt down and put 8 things on it, and there you go. Ha! I've got a full red belt.
That's a full red belt.
Even easier.
What's the problem?
Yeah, exactly. It's fine. Oh no.
Now you know how
It
we
is
feel.
11:45, or if you're where Marc is, 1:45.
Thank you, speaking clock.
You're welcome.
Somehow telling us what the time is for Marc is so much worse.
It's because it's an hour later.
Yep.
Yeah, but it feels like more than an hour later.
It's because it's tomorrow.
Yeah.
Apparently Mike is the best due to being excessive, as far as I can tell from what chat is saying.
Yeah.
Mike is the best at just being a bit over the top. I mean, that is probably true.
It's larger than life. That's I think the right phrase.
Oh, so the diet isn't going well then.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, it is January. It's that time of year when we've all eaten and drunk a bit too much over Christmas, and yeah.
Pack it on that holiday weight.
Yeah, I put on about 4 kilos, some of which I've lost.
Yeah, Mike and I especially have definitely been drinking too much.
Yep.
I know Mike has a bit of a coke habit.
Hey-o. Things there are people in chat who genuinely going to go, does he?
I developed one to help with COVID, slightly.
Did it help? I suppose it's just a fizzy drink made your throat feel better, or
one bottle, yeah. The energy, I think.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, when I had COVID, and the lack of energy was one of the big symptoms with it.
You know, when I was on holiday, we had a nice chat with a few ladies during dinner from Colombia, and they said, okay, Mexico it was, and they are living in Mexico City, and it's quite high and so on, and they said, okay, yeah, we went climbing to Colombia, and the guides there said, yeah, if you're feeling height sickness or something, just chew on these coca leaves and it will help. Okay.
Yeah, I can see that might make you feel a bit more with it a bit sharper.
Yep.
Oh dear.
And I suppose if it's an unrefined cocoa leaf, it might be enough to give you a little bit of a buzz, but hopefully without being too dangerous and excessive. I'm not sure. It's not something I've tried. But then, I mean, that's why Coke is called Coca-Cola, isn't it? Because it used to be it had cocoa leaf something or others involved back in the day, and therefore, yes, technically contained very, very small amounts of cocaine.
Yes, I don't think it ever had any psychoactive compound in it. I might be wrong on that, but I think this
just enough to give you a little bit of an energy buzz, rather than to give you a sort of a full. I'm not sure exactly the effect cocaine is supposed to give, but I know it's meant to be energy. Power for these would be quite useful. Why is that not complaining about a lack of power?
It's one of the ones that I think ends up on a lot of the
because it is. I've run out. Damn it.
The sort of lists of things that are commonly cited but aren't quite right.
Yeah,
so it's like, yes, it does technically have cocaine in it, but cocaine is quite a widespread, or
yeah.
Well, no, it's not. Is it cocaine or is it cannabis?
It's deliberately misleading.
It's not exactly accurate. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm aware that it was in such minuscule quantities that even when there was supposedly a quantity in there, that it didn't really have. It's not quite what you think of today when you think of, I don't know, the House of Parliament or whatever.
Yeah. Oh dear.
What did I run out of? Oh yes, core mining drills. I'm not quite sure how. I thought I had more than that in my inventory, but apparently I didn't grab them all. What was the other thing I ran out of? Oh yeah, white inserters.
Mike's Module City got his first delivery of true vulcanite train that hasn't been hand-fed there.
Oh.
Way, fantastic.
Okay, so up
but
here...
something else is missing.
Did you send one earlier this session then?
No.
Okay, because I saw one was there earlier.
Oh.
Ooh. Going up in the world.
Red circuits are missing there now.
Huh. I was not aware of red circuits being a problem thing at the moment. But,
no.
Right, I put in an additional 2 mining drills, so I'm. Oh no, I haven't. Oh, I forgot the loaders.
What?
Does that mean I've run out? Hope not. Nope, the bots are bringing me more now. Now I've actually remembered to ask them. Oh, at least they brought me something. No, I think I might actually have run out of red loaders. Grr. Yep, looks like. Okay, well, I think I will consider this to be a reasonably suitable place to finish, because I think my first job next stream is going to be putting a rocket together with more loaders, some signal receivers, because those are absolutely vital at this point, because that's the really obvious thing I've not got, and I don't know, probably more stuff that I've forgotten, and then scrambling around trying to remember all the things that I'm missing. But however, in the meantime, let's have a quick look over here. So now we've got the full belt going in. How far down here does it get before it crises? And how much time do I have before I run out of power? Reasonable amount of time for the power. Okay, cool. So this is getting largely down to the end. We are not producing... No, actually, that's not... Weirdly, yeah, that is close to a full belt. Once this all starts running, that might be about a full belt coming through there. I mean, that makes sense, actually, because we had before, when only some of the machines were running, because they weren't all slowed down by the productivity modules, we had basically a belt going in and basically a belt coming out. What are the numbers like here? So you put in 20, and you get out... Okay, you get out 25, 26, 27, 28, about 28 out. So if you put a full belt in, you should get a full belt out, and then a little bit more, because it won't overflow. And with the productivity modules, you try and get even more out as well. So that's fine, I think. Doesn't actually seem to quite be the case, but we are putting a full... I don't know. These are quite slow, so maybe it's just taking a little time for it all to get up to speed. Yeah, okay, so we're getting a decent amount flowing through. We've got basically a full belt coming through here now and coming along here. So hopefully we'll get... What are the numbers like here? So you put in 6 and you get out 3 and a little bit. Okay, so we're never gonna fill this belt from one belt coming in here. I should give this a moment to see how it goes. Yeah, there we go. This is turning into a pretty full belt at the end over here, by the looks of it. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much what we were thinking, Johan. It's one of those things that technically, yes, it's kind of basically sort of true, but really, unless if you're remotely pedantic, then it's quite different. So yeah, I'll go with that. Maybe I should get some blue belts shipped over as well, just to speed up the intermediate state. This bit here going into here, and because then I'm going to have more. At least my plan. Oh no, I'm not. No, my plan. I'm going to have more coming off, potentially coming off the station over here eventually. That said, at the moment, we seem to be. This system seems to be running at about the right speed for the rate we're producing the core chunks at. So that's a little bit concerning. Okay, the spicy part removed. So they haven't put it through centrifuges to get the better types of the cocoa leaves out. Better. Centrifuges are all full. This belt across the top is full. Right. So here we go. We see the centrifuges are all working absolutely flat out. What rate have we got this belt running at? I can't see from that far away. Very, very slow. So it's got the crushed is going in much faster than it's coming out by the looks of it. Although it has gone down a lot since I looked at it earlier. So we have the supply problem at the moment rather than the processing problem. However, it is very notable that this is going up, and that's probably a good thing because it means this one runs as well. But I feel like I should try and balance things a little bit better along here. Oh crap! You're right. It's the sand. The sand is the problem here. Good spot. Let's give Tristan some more sand. Sand. Sand.
I thought one missed then, but it was either cryonite or plastic arriving as well.
Right. Sand.
Those are coming in faster, actually.
This is limited by the by how quickly the cannon recharges, which is I think limited by the cannon rather than by the power supply, because I've got loads of power available. So yeah, that is just as fast as a cannon will charge up, because I'm pumping the
Right.
I'm pumping the sand in at, well, half a red belt plus a little bit. So yeah, limiting factor how quickly a delivery cannon can charge. I should probably have... Oh, I should have put the delivery cannons on a separate power network as well, so that they only fire during the day. Kind of too late for that now, because they're all a bit sort of tucked in nicely.
Is the core processing daytime only?
No.
What is the nighttime stuff?
Everything. Oh, sorry. The core mining is the only thing that's daytime only.
Ah, right.
Oh, and technically oil mining as well. Actually, mining is the only thing that's daytime only. Or over and out of capsules. There's some more. Give it another 22 capsules. Yeah, because my actually no, my limiting. I was going to say my limiting factor appears to be sand, but it's filling up with sand. But actually, this warehouse has a lot of stone in it that I'm churning through at the moment and turning into sand. So that's where most of it's coming from. Possibly I should stop that at least until I get the system up and running smoothly and evenly and nice and just generally nicely. Because I don't seem to. I don't seem to have as many delivery cannon capsules coming out as I was expecting, but I think that must be down to not enough core chunks going in. Yeah, at the moment I've not got. This is probably actually not producing Volcanite any faster than Talos² was. It's just got more potential to go out and gather a lot more core chunks.
You can always request capsule materials, intermediates. So
true.
it will. Exactly. So did you connect any mines or?
No. There's an oil mine, but that's it.
Okay. Yeah, so if you have more vulcanite than you can ship off with the amount of capsules, you can just.
I can't have more vulcanite than I can ship off. The problem in inverted commas is that I have more. I just have a load of stone that I've been turning into sand, and that's caused the system to overload a little bit.
Okay.
The system will catch up with that, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Eventually, it will. Yes. Apparently, coke contained about 3.7 grams per liter of cocaine. Originally, I read it on the internet. It must be true. I don't know how much that is. I don't know how much does one dose of cocaine weigh. I mean, this is a problem I have with all the sort of the illegal drugs that I don't know enough about. Is that I know that alcohol comes in units, which is about half a pint or a small glass of wine or a shot of vodka or that sort of thing. Tobacco comes in a cigarette amount, which is about one dose, I suppose. Where if we say maybe a beer is one dose of alcohol, or maybe a shot is, depending on your tolerance. I don't really know for other drugs what sort of one unit is, and I also don't know how much I can talk about drugs without getting demonetized by YouTube. So I should probably stop that train of thought. Now we have the limiting factor on the vulcanite process. The vulcanite cubing is the crushed coming through. So eventually, presumably, this means that because I've got too much of this, we'll eventually have the it'll back up the processed vulcanite will the hot vulcanite will back up all the way around, and then it'll be imbalanced. So that's probably okay.
Yep. And that's why the priorities are that way around.
Yeah, basically. 50 to 70 milligrams is a dose of cocaine. Okay. And one glass of Coke contained about 9 milligrams. So the 3.7 grams per litre was wildly out then. Okay. Like 3 orders of magnitude out. Maybe 2 orders of magnitude. Depends how big your glasses are, I suppose. Right, yes, it is nearly midnight. I think this is probably a good time to, from my point of view, this is a good time to call a stop, because I've got to a point where I'm just sort of letting this chug through a little bit and keeping an eye on it and just sort of babysitting it while it gets up to speed. I'm going to need to put in some more power generation, more mines next time. Bring over another rocket with a load more stuff. Wikipedia tends to be fairly accurate though, most of the time at least. You say nobody from YouTube is listening. Yeah, there aren't any people at YouTube listening to my streams, no, but they do have robots that listen to it and produce an automatic transcription. So given that I have a reasonably clear accent, I think the odds are pretty good that it's going to have worked out what we're talking about. Yes.
Captions appear. Oh no, he's onto us.
Yeah, basically. Right. So, yes, I think that's probably the end of the stream now. So thank you everyone for watching. I hope you've enjoyed it. Please check out the sponsor treefill.be. They will host a Factorio or a Minecraft or various other game servers for you for a very reasonable fee, and if you use the code LawrencePlays you'll get 20% off. I won't be around on Wednesday for another stream, I'm afraid, so that one won't be happening because I shall be in the theatre pulling on ropes. Trying not to accidentally hang anyone, I imagine. What else is happening this week? There's not going to be a video. Oh, yes, there'll be a video tomorrow if you're not a supporter, because that's the one that supporters all saw last week. There won't be a video this week for supporters. That's a little bit odd. You only get a video this week if you're not a supporter. But that's because they've already seen it. They get them a week early. So if you do want to get videos a week early from next week onwards and whenever they happen, make sure you're a supporter. That means a YouTube member, a Twitch subscriber, or a Ko-Fi donator, and then get onto the Discord because that's where I tell people about these important things. What's up next? What else is there? Oh yes, there's going to be a GTA video on Thursday, whether you're a supporter or not. There's a new one for everybody at that point. There'll be summary videos at the weekend. I'll try and scrape time together to do those. I'll try and get them in at some point. And there's going to be weightlifting videos. Well, there's going to be one of those in 1 minute on the channel, and I'll be producing more sort of summaries and some other stuff like that about that as well. So yeah, lots going on the channel as ever. Just not the Wednesday stream this week. So, as always, thank you for watching. Please make sure you're subscribed if you're on YouTube, following if you're on Twitch, or vice versa if you're feeling generous. I think that's probably about all I have to say on the advertising front. So I hope you've enjoyed the stream. We'll be back here at the same time next Monday for more of this stuff, when I shall expand this whole process, get another rocket in with all the bits and pieces I've forgotten, and just make everything bigger and bigger and bigger until hopefully we'll have enough vulcanites to keep even Marc's smelting facilities happy. So, yes, thank you. You're very welcome, everyone, and thank you for being here, and we'll see you next time.
Hi, all.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye-bye.